Good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome all the viewers who are watching us today and people who are joining us on the line from different countries. For those who are in South Sudan, I also would like to welcome you and the panelists and the viewers also, that they will able to make it in the time. Also, there is the internet challenges and people who are joining us also from the diaspora and different places. I would like to welcome you to this special edition that we are doing entitled of the challenges, opportunities of South Sudanese youth in South Sudan. So basically, this topic is very important and it's a crucial issue for us to discuss as a South Sudanese youth, and also listen to youth from different countries, people who have experience in leadership and mentoring and working with youth themselves. So the panel situation with the ongoing political climate change, the rise of human rights abuse by leaders in different countries of the world, there is a need for a platform where we can discuss issues, use issues and concern and what matters for them, and also to come with a plan or a strategy and policy to improve their representation, to improve their situations in different countries. That is the sectors also, the media, the government, the non-profit organizations, and entrepreneur and citizens. Just to talk more about our concern and the way forward from that. As we know that COVID-19 also has showed us how united we are as youth population, and especially also South Sudanese youth, how we came together and work in one platform to address the issue of COVID-19 and the challenges that we have, and also reach out to our community, to our society, and advance the strategies that we want to see in the long term. So we'll appreciate different viewers and participations. And also, it's very important because right now we are celebrating the 16 days of activism, and this year the theme of the conference is again is gender-based violence. Is 2020, and the issues of gender-based violence is still a concern, and it's still a topic that matter for different citizens in different parts of the world. And women are representing mostly 52%, if we take, for example, in South Sudan. And still there is a lot of challenges, a lot of opportunities that women haven't reached up yet as leaders. So, and it's also it's the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration, and is the platform on women action, and it's the fourth World Conference on women. So, also take you back again. Youth of South Sudan represents 70% of the populations. That's a big amount of. That means the social structure, and also the policy. If we take on the policy, that this youth should be represented in these positions because we are the majority, and also the future. That means all these positions will be in the future will be for youth. So yet still there is this haven't been implemented, and it is marginalization for youth when it comes to the representation in social issues, or also the policy making and opportunities, representation in government, and also the non-profit sector and entrepreneur, because still there is no enough funding, there is no strategies, there is no action plan for this program. So the African Charter also talk about youth have the right to to empowerment and development, and it's a framework that designs to development of youth activities in the continent and regional and also in the national level. Take you to the South Sudanese in its constitutions. Article 11 also talk about youth participation in the society and decision making. This is when we talk about the participation in the African Charter, youth participation in society and in parliament and decision making position. So in South Sudanese Constitution, Part 3, Article 40, talk about the right of children, youth, and sport. Basically, that youth have the right to be potential in the society and also develop their skills in the sport and sector and the social positions. So we are going to talk about that more, discuss about that with our different panelists. And also let me highlight out some of the organizations that are today are coming on part and working with us on this edition. Team Project 54 by Dr. Daniel, it stands for education. Project Peace Light, an organization of African youth, African Youth Architecture, Mr. Snap, and African Women Council, and also South Girls. So I think this is the organizations that I have for now. And we have those people from different amazing background, entrepreneur, authors, nonprofit organizations. Yeah, so we are going to open the floor now for our panelists. And also from there, we take it. So Abari. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. So I would just like to know if you have a short message that you would like to send to the youth out there.
Yes, to begin with, I want to thank you for allowing me to have this platform and to be able to discuss with other people. My name is Avaria. I am a South Sudanese living in the diaspora in the United States, studying at the University of Washington. I'm one of the co-founders for the African Youth Coalition and newly the Pseudo Girl Mentorship Program. And the mentorship program is to help South Sudanese girls and in the continent within Africa to be able to assist them in education and enrollment. So helping them with their essays, giving them letter reviews, assisting them increasing their networks. And I think the message that I want to give to others is to understand that there's still opportunities as youth and that we need to be able to take charge of them in any ways that we can. I believe mentorship is key for us to be able to gain the skills and the resources that we need to be able to build the country. And I think that we should lead on to our mentors and decrease that intergenerational gap between us and other leaders and be able to focus on uniting the country as one.
So that's cool. Can you talk to me briefly about your passion and what drove you to work, especially with young girls and women, and become the founder of South Girls?
Of course, yeah. So growing up, education was really important. It's something that my mom has implemented and my uncles have implemented in me. So I understood the importance of education, and I was lucky enough to be able to study in the United States. But I saw that was something that was lacking within other Africans and within South Sudanese specifically, especially when you grow up as a refugee, you don't understand the new U.S. system and to be able to take hold of that and be able to excel in that. So seeing that, I wanted to make sure that other girls had the same opportunities. And lucky enough, I went to the African Leadership Academy for their 2 months program, and I was able to connect with a various amount of African youth leaders, which led me to Zachariah, who's one of the co-founders. And as I represented Miss South Sudan in the Miss Washington State pageant in 2017, I was able to meet Awate, who's another active leader in South Sudan, and we were able to form a mentorship program during COVID when we realized like schools are shut down. There's no way that these students will be able to get their letter of recommendations to be able to apply for different scholarship opportunities, let alone academics. And we wanted to be able to assist them so that they can avoid the mistakes that we might have made. Though I might be in the U.S., I do understand that there's the same path that we all must take in order to get into college or university. And the background with Zachariah being able to go to the ALU and ALA, he provides mentorship with that, and Awate with her knowledge of being in the continent and actually going through the Uganda system and South Sudan system. All of us work together to be able to create this mentorship program and to assist girls in any way that we can with scholarship opportunities, increasing their networks through monthly sessions of guest speakers, and just any ways that we can give back to our country and be able to increase girl education enrollment. So it was a huge passion of mine to be able to do that, and I hope in the future I can be able to assist South Sudan as we increase our literacy rate.
Mm-hmm. So when you talk about networking specifically, what is the challenges that South Sudanese women have when it comes to networking, starting from the family, the social structure, and then to the policy making?
Yeah, there's some challenges we see with parents not understanding the importance of networking, right? And I think networking can be hard for anybody, whether you are a South Sudanese or whether you are a person who lives in the United States. It's being able to understand the technique and being able to know what's the proper way to go about it, right? You don't just meet someone and you stop the conversation. You stop the conversation there. But you continue the conversation and making sure that you can actually build your network. Utilizing LinkedIn is another thing. So I think right now biggest hurdle for many South Sudanese is that they don't really understand where to go and they don't understand the importance of networking. So there's that education piece of which you have to help them understand that this person, although you're meeting them as a guest speaker today, in the future they can be the ones to assist you with your scholarship writing, or they can be able to provide you with opportunities that your next door neighbor or your uncle or your aunt cannot be able to provide you. And that's one of the huge importance of that. I was talking about this the other day with someone, and I think one of the ways that the government of South Sudan can help youth do better within the country is to be able to provide youth programs, like similar to like the Nigeria Youth Corps or similar to the U.S. AmeriCorps. It's a way for us to engage the youth and so that they can help in the development of the nation. So yeah, I think those are two factors. Is that there's not a lot of education around the importance of networking and being able to build personal relationships that can assist you. And then secondly, there's no opportunities that guide them. I do understand that South Sudan is trying, but there could be increased opportunities if there is a youth course program within the nation.
Okay, cool. I have someone else abroad who also working with young women and girls. I think I'm going to let you in, Mr. Ahmed Abba. Welcome. Ahmed Abba.
Thank you.
He's from Nigeria and he's joining us. I would like to thank you first for making it here today and join us on this panel, great panel discussion, and share your experience. I know that also Nigeria is one of the countries that is going through challenges, and there is a problem of access to internet and a lot of challenges that are going under the ground. Ahmed, he worked with Association for Progressive African Youth. So what do you think about what Abari have just mentioned? What is the challenges that women have when it comes to, because you also work in the same platform, working encouraging women in education and leadership? What is the challenges that women have when we address the issues of women in Africa in general?
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be part of the panel speakers today. First of all, my name is Ahmed Abba Umar. I am the pioneer member of the Association for Progressive African Youth, AJAP Nigeria, which our organization, we have branch in over 42 African countries with headquarters in Republic of Burundi in Binjumbura. We have the same mission, ambition, and core value, which our mission is to work for the creation of framework of expression, valuing the construction of youth to the social and economic development in Africa. Our vision, we believe that youth has important role to play to the peaceful, democratic, and conservative Africa. Well, in Nigeria, women face so many challenges in terms of leadership and the gender equality. And also they face so much challenge in terms of education. Because up to now, as I talking to you, there is some parent, especially in some part of the country, they don't give him much opportunity for girls to go to school, especially to go to university level after they finish secondary school. Some they getting married early at age of 13 or 15 years in some part of northern Nigeria, and some immediately after finish secondary school, maybe at the age of 18 years or 17 years or 19, they just quickly got married. So there is a high number of illiteracy in terms of at the part of all the country, not even in north. But the problem, the much challenge is in northern Nigeria, where there is too much conflict, like northeast. There is Boko Haram, kidnapping, and so much challenge in that region. Well, I myself and my team, we are trying our best to do a lot of advocacy training that engage women and girls. Empowerment, we empowering girls for different skills acquisitions like last year, 2019, we sponsoring about 100 girls in different schools, like especially those that are from villages. We sponsor them to secondary school at secondary level, some at polytechnic. We pay all the school fees. Well, currently the major challenge that we face currently, or the women face currently in Nigeria, is the issue of gender-based violence. There is high number of rapings, and most of the governments, they don't give much opportunities to women to participate, to be part of the leadership, to be part of the governments. But thank God, there is improvement due to a lot of CSO. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can still
Hello,
hear you. Yeah, we can still hear you.
hello,
Yes, we can still hear you.
hello. Okay. Well, like I said, now there is much developments on that issue because many NGOs have doing partnership, challenging government, challenging leaders and politicians to give men opportunity to participate more in democracy and leadership. But my presentation are more focused today on peace because as you hear in the news about last week, the challenge we face in Nigeria due to insurgency, Boko Haram, kidnapping, and so many things. So I even get time to read some things when my presentation are more focused on that peace. I can say that hello,
We can still hear you.
hello.
We
Okay,
can still
the
hear you.
okay. Like I said, the world today is passing through an environmental full of tension, violence, injustice, reducing tolerance and disrespect for human rights. The concern of womankind for peace can be assessing by taking into account the fact that the religion, scripture, and the several religion ceremonies are committed to the cause of peace. All of those advocate an elimination of conflict. In my view, peace is a feeling that all right with the world when everyone around me, in my family, my cycle of friends, and my neighborhood is happy, eager to love and accept and relate. I feel at peace. In today, world peace and harmony facing various threats. The terrorism, regional imbalance, and economic disparity and social inequality. As a young leader, I can see some changes in thinking that everyone needs to adopt to bring us closer to a culture of peace. For example, we need to update our 21st century idea of putting aside cultural differences with an attitude of tolerance in the new millennium. We must release true peace require as a spirit of appreciation, not attitude of tolerance. True peace will come only when we stop putting aside of differences and learning to embrace them. It is only when we appreciate embrace our differences that we release living united in diversity is not contradicted of the term, but rather it is state of peace. Well, youth can play an active role in fostering peace by forming a new programs like the one you just Mrs. Mary do, peace missionaries and NGOs to network that on in grassroots constructing on value and education and spiritual renewal among children in the area of ethic development that youth of different ethnic group can forget link between the cultural minorities to share value, culture, and tradition handed down from generation to generation. Youth in politics development can work to ending violence and foster peace engage on joining political awareness, building or advocate for reform in bureaucracy to ensure good governance, accountability, transparency, and citizenry participation. On the international side, the youth can become peace ambassadors for the respective countries, promoting exchanging programs in education, culture, science, technology, sport, and tourism. Businesses in the pursuit of maintaining peace among diverse culture. In conclusion, it is time for the full development of the capacities and the quality of life of all citizens on the planet. The peaceful and prosperous society we're dreaming of with hope and love is waiting for us in the 21st century. Then the 21st century will be a century of tolerance, peace, and freedom from conflict. So let's open our mind and horizon, share ideas, interests, and value, and build cooperative relation to a rich new culture of peace for the welfare of future generation. Thank you for the listening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Mrs. Mary. Thank you all the panelists. I really appreciate.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Ahmed Abba. You just talk about some of the challenges.
Yeah, thank you too, Ahmed.
Some of the challenges that is going under the ground and handling women from moving forward. What is the role of non-profit organization on that, and especially how? What is your organization doing to tackle this kind of crisis?
Well, there is, like I said earlier, there is many organizations here in a local organization, and even some women organization are trying their best to stop on this gender-based violence. They're doing so many programs, like in terms of training, advocacy, and challenging governments and leaders, traditional leaders, to stop youth for challenging women, especially like I said, for the issue of raping is rampant, and also most of the women, the governments, they don't give them much opportunities, especially in northern part of the country. So we're doing a lot of programs, advocacy, a lot of training and challenging government. But now, thank God, now government are listening us, and the situation is gradually changing.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you want the youth to learn from Nigeria experience on that, the South Sudanese youth?
So, well, I think we have some similarities and challenges between Nigeria and Southern Sudan. This means the fact that I don't have deep knowledge on what was really happening in Southern Sudan, but I used to hear some news on the either radio or television in one way or the other. And the one you just mentioning, I think the youth in Southern Sudan has to take women in a very accountable way, and to work with them hand in hand. And because one thing I know about women is when you train a woman and you give that woman a capacity to handle, like in terms of when you take her to, in terms of leadership, when you put women in leadership, there was a very big and serious changes in that society, in that particular society. Because I see this in northern, there is one state in North Kaduna State. Thank God, in 2015, the current deputy governor of that state is woman. And before that, the state had facing so many challenges, even in terms of raping, and they don't give much opportunities to women to participate in governments, in leadership. But when the governor of that state appointed a woman as a vice, the thing has changed. The numbers of women in government in that particular state has increasing, and there is a lot of peace, because before there is a lot of conflicts, a lot of religion issue, a lot of so many problems in that particular state. But now the situation are really changed. So for the lesson, I understand when you give a woman opportunity, especially when you take her to a leadership positions, there is a different, there is definitely a wage development in that particular society. So my advice to youth or to even governments of Southern Sudan is to give women more opportunity.
Mm-hmm. So Abari, back to you. Do you have a comment or anything to add of in what Ahmed have just mentioned on Nigeria case?
Yeah, I'd like to say that there are similarities amongst South Sudan and Nigeria. He highlighted a lot of the things, of the barriers to entry for women, and I think that's very similar to South Sudan as well. I mean, there's still an increase of girls not being able to go to school because of cultural reasons. My focus is in decreasing some of the barriers, and that's why I focus on mentorship. But I do think he did discuss a lot of similarities between Nigeria and South Sudan. And I do agree with him, providing more opportunities for girls and women in South Sudan to excel is the right step that the government of South Sudan needs to take.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I think we have just joined now by other panelists and also the viewers who are watching. Let me remind you that we have our panel discussion today, the challenges and opportunities that are facing South Sudanese youth. So we are discussing the issues of the challenges and the way forward for that. The panel discussions goals is to highlight more of these challenges and opportunities that we discuss by youth who also in decision-making position and different sector. And we have other leaders and youth from different countries that are going to talk to us about their experience and their opportunity. The language of the discussion for today is English. So if you have a comment or a questions, you can send it on the comment below, but your questions will be highlighted and answered in English. And also it's an interactive sessions, and also send us your suggestions of what you think will be the solution for youth opportunities when it comes to leadership in South Sudan. So we continue in our topics, and also there's all these different organizations who are joining us today. Let me mention some of them. Team Project 54 stands for education. Project Peace Light, Organization of African Youth Architecture, and Women African Women Council. Those organizations are represented with different people, and we also have some of the honorary guest speakers who will join us later. One of them is Ms. Suzanne Jampo. She is the founder of STEP Movement, and also Ms. Marie Malik. She's a model and actress, and she's the founder for Stand for Education. We continue our topic, and I think now I'm going to go back to see Amina. Amina Melewa, welcome Amina.
Thank you so much for having me. How are you guys all doing?
We are all doing great. Thank you. Thank you for making it today.
That's
Yeah.
wonderful.
We're
So
Thank
fine.
you. Thank
yeah,
you for
sure.
having
We're just
me.
here to listen more from you and learn from you. So Amina is also she is a singer. She's doing a lot of amazing work to the community, and she have experience working with youth. So Amina, I'm just going to go to you if you can highlight for us what some of the challenges that youth face when it come to this in the society, to the social level. If you, especially you have worked with youth in the diaspora, and you understand all of the social structure and also the challenges that they have when it come, these challenges hold them back from being standing out and also to the leadership position.
Thank you for the question. So, as she has mentioned, my name is Amna. I'm a former Miss South Sudan USA. I'm also a gospel inspirational singer, and people call me activist, but I don't really take that title. But I like to do my best for the youth and our nation. I lived in the United States. I'm currently right now in Uganda, so I do have an idea of what both countries' youth go through. I know in diaspora is different situation than here in Africa, and I'm still learning each and every day how youth are doing here. So this is an opportunity for me to learn. But I will share what I have so far. Some of the challenges that youth face in the West are opportunities and also leaders who can teach them how to be leaders. I always tell our youth that tomorrow starts now. We are not happy with the leadership that is in now, but if we're not happy with it and we're not teaching ourselves how to be leaders, then our country is no longer going to be there. So some of the challenges that we have is not having mentors to teach us how to be leaders. Most of our youth in the West are just, they love life. And there's so many gangs, so many things. So they lack somebody who they can look up to and who can teach them the right path and keep them together in their roots. And one of the challenges I believe the African youth is having is lack of opportunity again. They are very smart, they have every tool, they're hungry for leadership, but the opportunity is not there. And that's why for me, I don't like to go and say, I don't want to wait for opportunities. I want to create my own opportunity. And that's why I always empower the youth. You must find who you are and where you want to go. As youth, we have to start saying we want to make our own way. We shouldn't just wait for opportunities. So we need to create our own opportunities. And this is why this kind of discussion is very important so that they can see us youth are doing something, we're talking, but not just talking, we also need to bring action. So right now, some of the things I do is I sponsor children to school. I do a lot of donation. Right now I'm in Uganda. I'm helping my husband's family build a school here. I'm also doing farming where I'm hiring youth. I'm employing them, teaching them about farming and business. So every information that I find, I try to share it on all my social media platforms, and I take questions if it's relationship, business, whatever it is that I find that I learned myself as a youth. I try to share it, and it really makes a lot of impact. And I realized with the information recently I shared about how to succeed in Africa, a lot of the youth in the diaspora actually were very interested on it, and I've been sharing as much as I can, and they really have the passion to come back. They're just fearing that they're not having enough information on how to succeed here. So I believe what we're lacking is not, Africa doesn't lack opportunity. It's more like lacking motivation and self-awareness of who they are and what they can do. And those who are in the West, they lack self, they don't know their purpose. It's like they're just going with the flow. So if we have people, mentors and people who can make it and show them how to make it as well, I think we will go far. But I don't want us to always say, oh, opportunity, opportunity. I want us to create our own opportunity. So that's what I think is missing so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina. We just welcome some of the people who are joining us now with Dr. Daniel Chedime. He's the founder of Project Team 54. We have just mentioned about his organization and great work that he's doing on globally. Dr. Daniel, welcome.
Thank you.
So, do you have any comment of what Amina have just mentioned? What she have talked about?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, organizers, for direction, and thank you, Mary, for finding time to gather very intelligent minds so that we can inspire people, especially those in Africa, and then more importantly, South Sudan youth, who seems to be the youngest, nation right now. And so they don't do the mistake that bigger nation like my own country, Nigeria, you understand, have failed to realize. And Amina is right that the era of complaining and saying there are no opportunities are long gone, or the era of looking for freebies or free donations, which our fathers, her own fathers, the government before her, they always feel that's the direction, are all over. The truth is that every nation now in the world are going through unprecedented time. They never wish this will happen. So they are cutting down on their resources. They are letting go of areas that they do not need to kill themselves for. They now realize that there are no free food even in Freetown, that happens to be the capital of Sierra Leone. So why should they go out and be creating an environment of free food, you understand, or free money to give around? So let the people there decide what they want to do. If they want to fool around, they want to dance around, if they want to be watching home videos all the rest of their life. Why kids in India, kids in China, who are just 6 years old, are being locked up, creating the technology that those that are dancing will dance with? It's just unfortunate. So what she's saying is completely true. That the time now is now for us to sit down and work. It's not the time to be doing naming ceremony, having wives in every street, putting on jeans. This is not the time to be snapping all the pictures on Facebook. That time will come, but for that time to come, you have to establish yourself first. You have to look at your community in South Sudan. What is it we are lacking? Is it true we are lacking in education? So for those of us that have graduated with masters, with PhD in education, what can we do to develop a curriculum? What can we do to develop a standard of education? We are even hearing curriculum doesn't make sense. A standard. How can we develop a lesson plan? What is the content of what we're going to put in? How can we engage these students? How can we ensure that we elaborate on the concept we want to use to help them? These are fundamental things that we need to get to our people. That any education that will not be directed to our peculiar problem, if we're still teaching that A is for Arctic, the guy in South Sudan will never see Arctic in his life. Only very few of us will have the opportunity to do that. But if you tell him that A is for our special nut, that nut in South Sudan that starts with Akwaka, that's what A is for. A can be for many other things. A can be for alligator. A can be for elevation. A can be for a lot of things. So my point is this: the content of what we teach these kids, you understand, is very important. Those South Sudanese that have this educational knowledge, that have this educational background, they should not just wait on government schools. They can come together and set up their own private schools so that it can be a mirror example that people can use to compare. How come this guy goes to here and their students are way better? They go to Oxford, they go to all this, they are much knowledgeable. Let us use their learning model in government schools. But when you don't see anything to compare with government school, everybody just keeps complaining. So she's completely right that it is you that will develop the opportunity now. The only thing I want to add to her and to our audience and those listening to us, that sometimes you don't blame the people alone. You can develop all this opportunity. The same government will frustrate you. I'm telling you, they'll tax you. You understand? Are you going to provide security for your school? You are in a school and 700 people are out there, kidnap all your school people and took them away, and nobody is talking for the next 4 years. So we still need a situation where the government will contribute to ensure that there's a conducive environment for learning. It is not you that will create the security. Yes, you are saying that, okay, fine, those Sudanese that have retired in security aspect may be able to create, CCTV camera, create or advise government on how to create better security. That's fine, but government still have to play a role in regulating content. Government still have to play a role in providing the needed funding as agreed in the African Union Summit of 2010, that 15 to 26%, will be of budget of every African country will be devoted to ensuring, that education, that health becomes paramount. And as we speak, none of them have gotten to 15 to 7% of their total budget. Now they are using COVID, that just started some years ago, that just started a year ago as an excuse, So what she's saying is true, that in as much as we pray that our government get their brains together and realize that every other government is now looking inward, every other government are suspending giving funds, that what we need to do is create this conducive environment, tell our people the truth, what the true situation of their nation is, be realistic. You can't be a president in Africa today, this kind of time, and you're having 27 cars, 47 cars, 500 ministers that will be paid. It doesn't make sense. Everybody's cutting costs now. The prime minister in UK still takes train. See, it's very realistic things that we can do to save money, so we can divert that money to areas of interest. Areas of interest for us in Africa now is education, health, agriculture. We're not here to be sending people to space because we don't have that money. Let's be realistic, because what our people do is they copy what is happening abroad and they bring it here. They take the one they want to take and they say they are doing democracy. We know what democratic systems are in the US, in UK. We know. You understand? But when you come here, you see people dying. I'm privileged to be here, and I've not seen anybody die because of a democratic stuff. But back in my country, oh my God, people are scared to go out to vote. People are scared. You can't, because you can be at the line and somebody comes and kills everybody, or be on the line, somebody comes and take the ballot box. You are seeing the person. The guy is telling you bye-bye. And he's running away with the ballot box, and like, everybody's, no, you want to go and talk, you will disappear. So the point we are making is this, that in as much as young people, especially me and you, will create, opportunities, it will just look so, it will be a failed attempt if we do not also encourage these young people to grab the governance, the instrumentation of government. Because like Amina said, she went to her in-laws' place to build school. Imagine if Amina is the governor. She will not be talking about of the province of her area. She will not be talking about one school. Because in your in-laws' place, the number of population that will attend that school is a negligible percentage compared to the entire of your country you need to educate. Because in my country, Nigeria, we refuse to educate everyone. And now a few set of uneducated people have taken us for ransom. Boko Haram is reigning because people don't know anything better. It is those of us in the South who are very enlightened that know that you can't just kill people like this and cut off people's throats. They are our people. No educated person that has PhD will want to go to that level. So when we think we are doing ourselves by not educating everybody, by leaving some people behind, they come back and become threat for us, and we now can't go to school, or we can't do our business. We can't go to that part of the country, and we can't even recommend people to come and visit us and go to that part of the country. So the point I'm making is this: there is a particular role that government should, and young people now must see that instrumentation of government as the place to go to. So in as much as Amina is doing this for her in-law, I expect Amina and people that think like her to be thinking of hijacking government, to be thinking of going into politics, so that she can use that instrumentation and touch 1 million life. If she touches all the people in her in-laws' place, that's fine. But if she touches 1 million life, she will change that country for the better. Thank you so much.
Oh, Mayor, you're on mute.
So thank you, Dr. Daniel. I would like to thank you and also about the comment and your encouragement for the youth of South Sudan. And you have this powerful speech and amazing energy that you bring into our panel today. So Amina, I just want to let you know that right now is the youth are frustrated and they are going through all these challenges. What should be done on that context for them to come out of their comfort zone and empower themselves?
We, the youth, have to go talk to them. And for example, I study psychology, and one of the issues that is facing the West right now, a lot of the youth are committing suicide. And there's no events that usually for the youth to meet together. Usually, even if they say, oh, I'm also involved with churches. So when they say, oh, youth conference, you will see actually the adult the one leading the conference. Or even during tribal conferences, they'll say, yes, there's a part for the youth, but actually the elder person is the one doing it. Again, the youth are losing their identity. We're having identity crisis. We're also having culture clashes. We're not sure who we are. And I myself also experienced that in my teenage years. I was suicidal. I didn't know because my parents wanted to raise me as an African child, but yet live in the Western, but yet they want me to go back. So there's so much things that are happening to the youth in the West. But what we need to do is talk to them, but not just talk to them, go to the event that they're interested in. So me, even though I'm a pastor's child, I go to events that there are people who drink, there are people who smoke. I don't do it, of course, but I meet them where they are because I want to hear them. I want to lower myself to their level and understand where they're coming from, and also talk to them, encourage them. And like I said before, the greatest example is myself. I cannot go to this youth and say, oh, I need you to do this, I need you to do this, and yet I'm not doing it myself. So when I'm here trying to empower this youth, I'm also empowering myself. I read a lot of books, self-development books. I made sure that I graduated. I was working 2 jobs and going to school full time. And also now here I'm in Africa, buying lands, trying to create business opportunities, connecting with people. Anytime there's an opportunity that I can empower youth, I take it. So like I said earlier, I will sponsor youth to colleges, universities, and so forth like that. So they see that, what, Amna is not just a talking person, but actually she's in action. I used to travel from state to state. I think there's only like about 5 states that I haven't traveled to in the United States. My goal was to hit all 50 states. And now I'm in Africa here. I was in Egypt, Darfur, all that. So I want to travel as much as I can to touch the lives. But we live in a social media world where you can just click and be live and touch people's life. And that's really what we want to do, to bring them out to their awareness. We have to show them the steps. There's nobody that tells us how to do it. Nobody's showing us how to do it. And one of the things that I'm very disappointed in is there's a lot of South Sudanese youth who made it. We have supermodels, superstars, but where are they? Where are they? Why are they not picking one of them also up there, taking it with them so they can show them the steps and how to be supermodel? One of the things that we need to start picking is the understanding of creating generational things. So for me to create wealth, I must start now and teach my children about wealth to continue. So this is what we need to do for us to develop South Sudan, guys. It's not a community thing. It starts individually. I have to fix myself. Then I have to show my sister how to fix herself. And then we go around, because right now we're very divided. We're confused. We're not forgiving each other. We're angry. We're blaming the government. Even right now, my concern is not even the government. I don't even worry about the government, because for me, in Arabic, they say, kida kida Either way, they're going to die tomorrow. But my fear is when they die, who's gonna take over? A lot of people want to overpower Kiir, but I say, guys, Kiir is not the issue. We are the people. You know, if we're united together and we know what we want, just like the Sudan people, Egypt, when we come together and we know what we want, nobody can overpower us, but we're divided. So even if Kiir left, whoever comes next will not fix us because we are the one divided. So one of the things we need to do, really, like I said, to conclude here, is to bring the youth to understand themselves and their purpose, to use their purpose to better themselves, their community, and their nation. And this is how it is for us to know we cannot go anywhere without knowing who we are. What is our identity? And to use what we have to get what we don't have. Africa is so rich. And I tell these people all the time, I was like, man, I seen so much money in Uganda that I never knew existed. Even in America, I don't see it. So Africa has money, but people here, they don't know. The Africans who live here, they don't know. So we have to teach them how to bring that money out, because the Westerners are kicking us out as a refugees. Well, they're not kicking us out, but they're taking us out. But they're coming here and they're taking money out. So it's very confusing. But what I'm saying is we need to empower ourselves. We need to not just talk, because we've been talking for generations, but it's time that we show them in action that we improve ourselves. You can mentor somebody. Like Mary, she can teach somebody how to do this live broadcast, find people who want to and mentor them, bring them here, ask questions. And I do the same thing. You know, a lot of people want to know how to be singers, and I show them and guide them, because I know tomorrow I can still live through them even if I die. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Amna Milewa. Thank you for this amazing like the comments and everything that you have bring to us today. So I think I'm going to jump to Albo. Albo Shoal, welcome, Albo. Albo, good morning.
Good morning, just on mute. I just woke up, I'll be slept.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad that you were able to make it today to this wonderful panel discussion. And Albo have been a great supporter, and he helped me a lot on making this happen today, because I'm one of the people who plan things and keep them out down for a long time. And for me to take action, sometimes it takes time. But when I went to him, I said, okay, let us do it. And also Dr. Daniel and Auntie Marie, those people, like, they always, when I come with a plan, they encourage me to go out to do it. And this is where leadership comes from. Because if I don't have others to motivate me, to work with me together, I will hold them to the idea for myself for a longer time, and will not be able to make impact, to come out and discuss the issue that we want. So we continue on our topic, the South Sudanese Youth challenges and opportunities in leadership. Albo, I want to jump and ask you a question here. Because you are also a person who uses technology a lot. And the youth have all those people, Amina, Dr. Daniel, and also Ahmed have talked about the challenges that youth face in general in their social life and in the public sector. So how do you think we can use the advantage of technology to leverage ourselves as youth to make an impact and change in the society and being part of the leadership we want to see?
Thank you so much, Mary. I'm fortunate enough to see great people here. I may not be able to mention all of you because of time, but I'm happy to see some of you here whom I see as my idols, who are doing so much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. It is stunning to realize that in 21st centuries, our young people have a mentality, they don't know who they are, because what is the most important thing in life is self-realization. When you realize who you are, where you come from, and where you're going. Now, this is not about I came from South Sudan or Nigeria. No, it's about who you are as a human being. and what are you going to do, and where are you going? So some of this question, when you're able to answer them, you're able to come together into understanding exactly your purpose in life. You know, we have been changed, you know, as a people, as young people, you know, because one of the challenges I see in Africa is leadership. Leadership determines the destiny of people. You may have smart people, you may have a great, you know, intelligent people. For instance, Nigeria people in Africa, they are exceptionally intelligent. You know, one of them right now, one of the Nigeria immigrant right now in the US, helping develop vaccine. You know, they are very good, but if the leadership in Nigeria is not giving them an opportunity to operate, it's really very hard. So you realize that technology, if we cannot program our life, technology is going to program us. And the technology we are seeing right now has gone differently. Look at your phone, Mary. The other night we were talking about something, and when I was looking into my advertisement, feedback, they were giving us what I was talking to you about. They were advertising them, and I was shocked. I was like, okay, this guy is listening to us. So that's what is happening. If we cannot program our life, somebody else is going to program us. And the only way we can program any young person in Africa right now, we need to teach them how to do programming. So I ignored programming for a very long time, but I'm in right now teaching myself how to program my computer, because I don't want my computer to take charge of my life. I want to take charge of my computer. So it's going to be a long time for me, you know, to master it. But Africans are very exceptional people. Okay, so if we have a leadership that give us an opportunity to operate, you know, we can do so much. So, but regardless of what is happening in Africa, I would like to tell any young person looking right now into this show that, or if you have a kid, let them do computer programming. Let them know their computer. A lot of our young people go to political science school. Those are nonsense. Look at me. The job market in America right now, if you are in the US, has a certain criteria that they like. Like, you have to be light and blondie. You have to have, you know, nice, beautiful eyes. Many of us from African, we have been so malnourished that we lost the sight of our eyes, you know, beauty. So who is going to hire you if you have a master's degree in business administration? Google? No. Let us be very smart and see how things are. But if you know how to program, computer programming, nobody is going to kick you out of your job. There are certain skills we need to have in North America right now, you know, that will make it hard for people who think we cannot be who we are, you know, to see us be part of them. There are things we must do, right? So I would encourage young people, before I talk about challenges and opportunity before later, that technology, we have to see it. If you are a parent here, do not encourage your children to go to political science school. I have a degree in political science, and I'm so regretful. Okay, I did it because I want to do law, but when I was in Ethiopia, I had no opportunity to get into the law school, and I was so heartbroken. But I did a political science degree, and it opened my eyes. It showed me that, well, politics determine the way of people of life and how the nation, you know, improve themselves. But that should not be the cause of our people. Look at our people, especially South Sudanese. They don't want to go to medical school. You know, they don't want to do engineering, become, they don't want to do the hard skills that are very acceptable in 21st century. So we just go to political science, economic. They're not going to help us. Okay, they're not going to help us. Right now, the people who are going to survive in the next 20 years in the North America, I work in the store like until 4 months ago, and I was seeing robot taking my job, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be feeding on the government assistance for the next 10 years. I cannot do this. So I had to go outside my box and think. Look at the California. They are using truck right now. They drive themselves. So if we have a lot of young people now going to be a truck drivers, they're not going to be getting those jobs. Let us be very honest here. It is time to tell our young people that technology will determine the life in 21st century. and you need to take charge of your computer right now. There are skills that you need to have, okay? And I'm telling you the truth, our young people in Africa, they are very exceptional. There is a friend of mine called Lago Steven. He just moved to US like last year. We moved together, right? And he's now going to Silicon Valley. You want to become a CEO, you know, like, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm buying. Look at this young man. He's a medical doctor, but he just loves computer science, and he just inspired me. He's teaching me right now. He's teaching me right now. And my point is that there are things our youth should consider. Politics is not gonna help us. We cannot all be a politician, okay? When I get into political school, I thought I'm gonna be a politician. Well, I cannot rule that out, but I've realized that I'm too young for, there are things we need to accept, okay? I'm too young right now. I need to make my life first. I need to make money. I need to have money in my bank account. I need to go and open a business, maybe in South Sudan. I need to buy a land. You cannot join politics when you don't have a land. You don't have a place to live. You don't have anything. Okay? You don't even know how to operate your computer. There are things that young people in Africa should focus on than in politics. We have a better chance right now. Our elders leading us right now, they are the first colonial leaders. They're going to go away in the next 20 years. They're going to die. They're going to be whole. Okay? Give them 10 years right now. Let them mess it. That's okay. Let them mess it right now. But in the next 20 years, 15 years, they're not going to be there. Time is on our side. And before that time, we have to be equipped technologically to determine our future. Okay? The world right now, as we talk right now, the future of our planet is in the hand of technology. People will do programming to program your life, okay? Even to an extent of making sure you are on your phone 24/7 so that you look in the advertisement and they get money out of that. Be careful.
Okay.
And just to add, I just want to add to what you're saying, and so many other speakers were talking about this, but I think it just highlights the importance of mentorship and the reasons why we need to have good leaders and mentors for the youth. One of the aspects that we have in the mentorship program is having one-on-one sessions where each month we talk with our mentees one-on-one and we discuss and we ask them questions about what they want to do, and we provide them with resources, because I think that's something that's very similar among South Sudanese, is that we only tell them they can either be a politician or a doctor, right? We don't talk about the in-betweens, the varieties that they need. As a sociologist, you understand that we not only need doctors, but we need janitors and we need all these different skills. And we're not discussing that. And that's the importance of having a mentor, is to be able to listen to you and then come back with you next month and say, okay, you said you wanted to be a doctor. Let's talk about your 5-year plan. Let's talk about your 10-year plan. And let's break it down and let's talk about resources that you could do. And I think that's one of the reasons and highlights of the Student Girl mentorship. But I think it's something that we need to increase within the country, both as an individual level, but hopefully in a national level as well.
Mm-hmm. So, Abari, how people can join your program or reach out to you if they are interested on it?
Yeah, so our mentorship program is a year program. So we start with the students from June 2020 and we end in 2021. So they can always apply. Again, it will be reopened for opportunities, but it's in 2 months intensive programs. We meet them weekly, and then we go into monthly where they have guest speakers. We do discussion workshops. We do have a scholarship going on right now just for our mentees, but people can follow us online in our platforms. Anytime that we find information, we'd love to share it with others, and we'll show our progress. We're partnering with schools in South Sudan right now to increase enrollment, and hopefully next year we'll have more mentees. But right now, they could definitely just stick with us on Student Girl Mentorship on Facebook, Instagram, or they can contact us via email.
Okay, can you share your website and email, please, so that people can reach out to you?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, so I think I'm going to move on, and we have one of our guest speakers. She's here, Auntie Marie Rose.
Yes.
Sirikari. Welcome, Auntie.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you for accepting the opportunity. Auntie Marie, she's the founder of African Women Council. She's a great, she's resident around in Montgomery County, and she also certifies in non-profit leadership institution, and she gets many awards, recognitions by the by non-profit organizations and also by the county executives because of the work she's doing to the community. And she worked with youth a lot. She's one of the people who inspire me, and she's a very resourceful person when it comes to information in the diaspora. So she is going to share with us what she thinks and her advice for us as youth. Welcome, Auntie.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Miss Mary. And I'm so glad to have all these beautiful young people, intelligent, and they nailed for what I was going to say. They have already knows that. I'm so glad that to see how intelligent you are, how open-minded you are. Everything I was going to say, I think you said. I'm going to talk about South Sudan a little bit. South Sudan is a young country. We just got independence, I think 10 years ago. I remember participated even at the inauguration in Washington, D.C. at their embassy. South Sudan is a young country and also is like virgin, where many young people should take advantage of. And I want to talk about a little bit about young people in the skills, the way you said. Young people should not go to politics. Politics does not take us anywhere. Because if young people are very smart, they should come together and join the lady who was talking about the mentorship to learn skills. When they learn skills, they should not be confronting the government into politics because they can lose their lives. Politics in Africa, they just sit there until they became old. They never leave the political seat. So right now, I want just to advise that in the world of these days, it's about finance, it's about business, it's about entrepreneurship. That is the most important young people should take into consideration. As a young country, young leaders should go in to learn a lot of skills to be self-independent. What they need to do is just to come together, learn the skills, any kind of skills. I've been seeing other countries which came from the war, like for example in Rwanda. You're gonna see many diaspora went back with their skills, with any kind of janitors, all these they learn skills which they can help themselves to create a company. And these companies, when they have these companies and they make sure to have a connection with some partner in the US or other country where they are to continue, so they can try their best to work with the government, to show the government that we are not here to remove you to power, but we are here to do business. So to have the good relationship with the government, so the government can leave them alone, so they can do their businesses. That's how they can move forward. I can say that, for example, we came here in the US at an early age, doing politics, fighting Mobutu. We didn't know that he was strong, and we stay outside for all our lives. So that's why I could say young people should not go into politics, should just learn any kind of skills. They don't have to go to the high education, such as political science, such as other skills, which here we call it like white jobs, right? And we should go to these skills which can help us to have an idea, to work with the companies. For example, I went to work with I went to, when I came here, I saw how many people they were going to school and they could learn all this political science or international studies, also on African. They could not go anywhere. What I did, I went to technical school. Technical school, you don't have a lot of loans, and I graduated. I became a first woman who worked in the electricity. I'm a technician in electronics and electrical company. I work with the electrical company. I make a good money. I work with electronics. I build all this lamp. I build all the electronic devices, including cable, including all the communication skills, which I learned as a woman. I got here when I was a little bit older, and I saw that I was doing well than those who went to school for academic, and they get stuck with the loan. They could not even get the job what they wanted. They end up doing some job which they didn't want. So skills is very important for the young Africans, like Sudanese or any other African country. This is my experience myself. I'm proud to be choosing that, because I never get any unemployed. Anytime I get a job, I could get it. I could be either contractors or I can be hired full time. I can be hired full time because I could not, stay without any job because of that skills. As I'm saying, as a mother and as a grandmother, and that's my experience here in the US. Because if, for example, I went back to my country in the Democratic Republic of Congo, I'll make sure to train our young people. You should not go to this, you should just go to this to learn the skills and learn how to do business, to make money. That's the life for today. And if they do that, their life will be well, and they will not have the problem with all these politicians, or their life can be cutting short because of this politician. They don't care. They don't care about youth. They don't care. So we have to teach our children, our young children, our grandchildren, to make sure we are in the world, financial world. We have to be in a financial world, and that's what can make us live forward. We can leave also legacy for our children, our grandchildren, our great grandchildren. That's what I want to say. But there is no any contradiction. You have said everything I wanted to say, because I'm so glad you are on the top. You are the top of everything, of the game.
Yeah, thank
you.
you. Thank you. We appreciate that, Marie Rose Security. She's the founder of African Women Council, and also you can check her website and follow her in social media with the African Women Council. So we appreciate all this amazing experience you brought to us today, and for the youth who will be following your steps. We are moving in the program, and we have another. We have another guest who is in the US. He's an American. He's doing a great job. Pet Regina. He's the founder of Project Peace Light. Project Peace Light is a nonprofit organization dedicated to accelerate the definition, curriculum, development, and rollout of peace education worldwide, initially in the African Union country. Welcome, Pet.
It's great to be here, and thank you. Thank you. It's great to hear such good energy and correct thinking in my mind about where things need to go. I definitely want to commend Amna and Dr. Daniel and Marie Rose. Great to see you all, and just kind of talk a little bit about some of the things that I've heard. I mean, I've heard the right sort of things, that there is, in general, a lack of elder leadership towards providing the skills and the experience to be productive. So I have a short presentation for my 10 minutes. If I could jump into that, Mary, I'd like to just kind of talk a little bit about what got me here, because I've been told a lot of times, it's odd to see just a guy from New Jersey here. So let's jump here.
Yeah, sure. Welcome. Welcome, Pat.
Okay. Is this good, or should I go full screen on this?
I think it's fine now.
Hold on a second. Is this, let me try this. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so the outline for today, let me just give a little bit of quick background. I graduated college with an electrical engineering degree, specialty in electrical, Bachelor of Engineering, specialty in electrical engineering. I worked for 15 years at Hewlett Packard, so I've seen a lot of good things from the big corporation side of the world. I ended my 15-year career there running a $120 million business across the United States, overseeing telecommunications, all the telecommunications businesses in the United States. I left in '99 at the top of the internet bubble, and ran a publicly trading company that did very well. It was a short stint, but it was very lucrative for me and set me up to start my own company. I raised a little more than $2 million, went into business in the government, and then continued on to consult, and it led me here. So it got me into discussions about 2063, Agenda 2063. I'll talk a little bit about some guiding principles and give some final thoughts. So let's continue on here. All right, so my entree into things Africa and becoming a student of Africa really started in light. Used to do light shows around New York City. And in 2015, it was the United Nations International Year of Light, and my partner and I were the invited artist projectionists for the opening ceremonies. That was a great opportunity for us. It led to peace lights, and you've seen peace lights in the visuals there of this show. The colors of peace lights represent the different cultures of the world, and the motion represents how those cultures interact and work together to achieve harmony and peace and good energy. And wherever it plays around the world, people are encouraged to project their own thoughts and intents for peace into those lights. It's played 6 of 7 continents and continues to play. It's been incorporated into websites. The peace organizations from 19 countries have adopted peace lights as their international symbol of peace and nonviolence. It's been brought into conferences, concerts, churches, mosques, synagogues, ashrams, temples, interfaith activities, birthday parties, you name it, and it's been involved. Awards dinners, India Day parades. So here's some pictures from the United Nations at the Human Rights, and it's a bottom picture is me giving a talk very similar to this about accelerating peace education in the African Union. All the jazz nights at the United Nations in the Delegates Lounge, Peace Lights is played at. Openings of films at the UN. It was invited for a month-long art exhibit in one of the United Nations buildings, and in the General Assembly Hall during the International Day of Yoga. So it's kind of been well recognized almost 40 times at the United Nations. This whole journey, and especially a conference that it was invited to honoring a civil rights leader, I was asked to give my perspective to the ambassador from the African Union to the United Nations. And I went in there and we had a great discussion. He said to me, you know, I don't meet with people like you a lot. And, you know, you have a pretty diverse business background. I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind reviewing a document for me and giving me your opinion. I said, sure, I'd be honored. And he called in his secretary. He was from Uganda. Called in his secretary. She brought back, after a little discussion in Swahili, she brought back a document. He handed it to me and said, this is our 50-year plan. So he handed me this document, Agenda 2063, which is a beautiful document. For those who haven't reviewed it and actually taken a look at all of it, I'd really recommend doing that. It's 7 beautiful aspirations. The 4th aspiration calls for a peaceful and secure Africa. Now, specifically, the words under there are a culture of peace and tolerance shall be nurtured in Africa's children and youth through peace education. Well, I went on and I looked at everything. I became a student of Agenda 2063, and I reviewed everything. And I was specifically looking for this bit on peace education because it's mentioned, and to me, it seemed like one of the most important and impactful things that could be done in the entire plan. But to my great surprise, there was nothing. So when I went back to the ambassador, I said, you know, this is a big disconnect, and this will be my #1 comment on the entire plan. And he said that, you know, it's kind of insightful that you notice that. Not many people would notice that, but the reason was that part of our challenge was we could not define what peace education meant. And at the time in 2013, there would have been countries that probably wouldn't have gotten fully behind peace education any more than what we did in defining it in the aspiration. So we wanted to take what we had and continue on. So that's what we did. But we would love to partner with an organization or organizations that could help facilitate the African Union to do that. So fast forward, last February, right as COVID was starting, Project Peace Lights was formed as an NGO specifically dedicated to facilitating this acceleration of peace education, initially in the African Union. And the African Union has this visionary 50-year plan, so it makes sense that it would be there. So this is now in place. Our whole launch project was kind of delayed because of COVID, but that's kind of where my mind and my efforts have been. Education is the passport to the future, for the future belongs to those who prepare for it. Peace education will not be rolled out in the African Union unless it is prepared for. So what I've taken it upon myself to do as a facilitator, because this must be done by Africans for Africa. Right? I'm just a guy from New Jersey, right? But I kind of have this unique skill set, this unique background, and have been exposed. And I the way I tell the story is the universe has put these things in front of me and kind of guided me down this path. So I met a guy who has chaired Pan-African curriculum development working groups. And he came up with a plan. I said, how would you do it? And, you know, I never envisioned meeting this person. I didn't even know that there were such things as Pan-African curriculum development working groups. And neither did the ambassador, as a matter of fact. A lot of people don't realize that. He says you have a first meeting, say in South Africa, nominally. And you do A, B, C, D, and E. And 9 months later, you have a second meeting. And then 9 months after that, you have a third meeting. And maybe Senegal, maybe Addis Ababa. And you do all these things in these different meetings. In between these meetings, you go back to your countries. You're working it there. And you know, by the end, the first thing you do is define what peace education means. Come up with the list of topics. And I've been challenged on this. How are you going to facilitate peace education to 1.3 billion people if it's really an ill-defined term, which it is? Well, the first thing is that you have to define what's going on. So what I've said to people is we do know something about the topics that will become peace education. We know that they're not 100 things. There may be a dozen things, maybe 20 things, something like these sorts of topics. These are not, you know, the definitions, but these are things like these would become topics of peace education. It's up for the working group to really define and decide that on the behest of the African Union to kind of create this inclusive, ubiquitous education curriculum. We also know something else, that whatever these topics, whether they're 9 or 12 or 20, just decide to be, they're small and finite number enough, they all sit on a foundation of human rights. So from a curriculum and children perspective, you know, we can start with human rights and work into the rest. Now, so it's a small finite list, something that a motivated working group could get their arms around. We also have a partner at Project Peace Lights called Youth for Human Rights. Human rights must be made a fact, not an idealistic dream. This organization was formed. It's a non-affiliated organization. It's the largest in the world. They already have a curriculum. It's basically a cut and paste sort of situation into Africa. It's already in a large majority of the countries in Africa, translated into 24 languages, and there are many places around Africa where there are representatives and ambassadors for Youth for Human Rights. In fact, I've just brought one on in the country of Liberia to help with the next stage of this discussion. So the ambassador said to me on my third visit, because I thought that I was just going to point this out to him and that was going to be my karmic contribution to accelerating peace education. And then I came back and said, here's your guy. You know, there's a budget. It's about $4.5 million. You can have these 3 meetings. and pay everybody to come and accelerate the timeline. And then that was going to be my karmic contribution. But he said to me, you know, Peter, in Africa, peace education curriculum cannot be driven down into the tribes. You have to involve them in every stage if you want them to accept it. So there started the Pan-African Tribal Involvement and Inclusion Initiative, which is set out to collect the data and visit all of the counties and divisions and zones in all of the 55 nations of the African Union to get the input from the communities there. And this does, we're currently active in 8 countries, and we have spreadsheets to collect the information and then set up these meetings, financially model them, fund them, and then actually go and do them. So we believe that if this thing gets the sort of funding and support that it needs, we can accelerate peace education from what will probably be sometime after the UN Global Sustainable Development Goals hit in 2030. And I said to the ambassador, I said, you know, if Africa has their act together in 2030, then we can maybe expect a curriculum by 2035. So what we can do here, if we follow a plan and develop a plan, is accelerate that timeline by maybe 10 years. And that will and should increase the probability that there will be less conflict, and therefore deaths per day will come down. So all of this activity literally saves lives. So that is kind of the goal and what Project Peace Lights is up to. Now, I have had an enormous outpouring of support and input from youth, especially all around Africa. And I've been invited to speak at Youth Day forums and peace education forums and all sorts of things, especially targeting youth. And I think this is the most important group and demographic, especially within Africa. And I have a slide on this coming up. I think it's the next slide. But the reason is because in Africa, you got 1.3 billion people, and 60% of the population is under the age of 30. And maybe this, yeah. And the fastest growing portion of the population are newborns. So there is this 75% of the AU population being under the age of 35 is an enormous demographic. So I've been listening here. Dr. Daniel, very rightfully, I believe, talked about getting involved and scaling the impact of individual efforts. And I heard my brother Elbow there talk about how political science really might not have been his first choice in retrospect, and Marie Rose also said that similar things. I think of it a little bit differently. I think in terms of, and I also think this applies in the United States, there is such an overwhelming population of youth that if organized, youth can very effectively take over the issues and the governmental bodies. They will eventually when people die, right? But there is enough mass, critical mass, to go and do what needs to be done and change the rules and change the focus in a positive direction. So there have to be efforts to inculcate political presence by the youth across the entire continent. So let me kind of finalize with a couple slides here. And this is directly aimed at the sort of teachings or experience that I've had and just insights I've had to help fulfill this role of manifesting this future for youth. Know your power. Know that you have not only the moral high ground and the numbers behind you to affect change, but that you have the spirit of the world behind you, that people want peace all over the place. And there is an enormous diaspora, 280 million people out there that really especially want nothing more than peace for those people in Africa. Secondly, take care of yourself. I've seen a lot of people get hung up on the daily rat race. Trying to make ends meet is hugely important, but it is important if you are able to do that and make your bigger contribution in a balanced sort of way. So there has to be a put your oxygen mask on first sort of mindset and lifestyle. So keep yourself balanced. There is an obligation, I believe, to everyone in the world to keep learning, understanding how we all got to where we are. That's not only religious. I kept the religion sub-bullet in here. You know, how did we get to our situation where we have these religious conflicts, but yet, you know, we have a commonality on 99% of everything else, including that there's one God. So there has to be this understanding of how we got here, not only on the religious front, but also on the political front. You know, we're seeing post-colonial times all over. We're seeing a brand new country in South Sudan, you know, formed in 2011. That's amazing. And it's a clean slate. I mean, all the more reason why inculcating peace education at the youngest of ages should be prioritized. Can the diaspora help? I think there's an enormous contribution that I'm already seeing. I mean, heck, look at the people on this call, and you're seeing diaspora people chiming in with the sort of leadership and advice that is critical to what's going on. You got to work the interfaith angle in around the world. The interfaith community is becoming more and more present, more and more prevalent, and more influential. And that is something where a lot of people can identify. You know, people identify, and Imam Simabosa said this very well. He just got his degree from Columbia in conflict resolution, and he said, you know, a lot of the causes of conflict start with the lack of self-awareness and self-identification. And I heard Dr. Daniel, I've heard this a couple times in today's talk, that you know, if we identify primarily as a Muslim or a Catholic or a religious group, then you are not connected with the other religious group. Mm-hmm. If you are an interfaith religious spiritual being that has a faith tradition of Muslim or a faith tradition of Catholic or anything else, then it becomes you are a member of an interfaith community that shares values. So try and play those self-identification promotions as much as possible. There's a lot of juice there. So you got to be patient in watching these changes happen, especially because it does take a while. But you cannot remain too patient. You have to stand up for those rights. Leveraging social media is more and more important as youth, you know, more than a lot of us on this call here today. And that is a tremendous medium to stay informed of what you're doing. Now, one thing I've seen the community doing very well is to recognize each other, staying informed and kind of recognizing the contributions that each organization might make, and provide those certificates and provide that, because that is good not only for the individual, but it adds credibility to being able to open doors. Okay, last slide, I believe, then just a closing slide, but organize yourself. If the government is fighting you, organize non-violently, peacefully, but know that peace must be protected aggressively. Okay, engage with your diaspora colleagues and brethren. You know, they're out there to help. I've seen tremendous, and I have gotten tremendous help from the diaspora in organizing and setting up these tribal level meetings, these county level meetings, to bring in the tribes and the different ethnic groups to participate in providing the inputs to the curriculum development working group. And also, this last bullet here, help the diaspora. I think, you know, there's a lot of diaspora related challenges still happening in the world. I look here in the United States and I see a great propagating effect of systemic racism that has gone back for 400 years. And we have one in eight people here in the United States are African diaspora. And the playing field is still not level. So I hear a lot from a lot of very noteworthy people about Africa will not achieve its full potential unless the diaspora re-engages, and all of that may be true and is true. but I believe there have to be some pressures and help provided by the combined 1.3 billion people in Africa to maybe affect some of the negative diaspora situations that are happening as well. Finally, I'm sorry, this is the last. No, you can't do it alone. So you have to have each other and the different groups. It's a patch quilt of efforts that will make this all happen. And be enthusiastic. As someone who's managed people and hired people and done performance evaluations, I can tell you that enthusiasm and commitment is worth 25 IQ points easily. And you got to be enjoying what you're doing. So just keep all those lessons and suggestions in mind, and use these resources. I'll put my contact information in the chat. Please feel free to reach out. We are definitely looking for partners in every country. So we're starting to work in Uganda. I'd love to talk with you a little bit more about Uganda, because we're kind of looking to bring that to the next level. We're doing a lot of work in Nigeria, but we haven't started yet in South Sudan as a thing. So know that all the actions you're taking every day, including keeping yourself educated, attending these sorts of, and I'm sorry, I forgot to change the African Youth Architect bottom there to put the 4 directions, but thank you so much to Mary. I find it really inspiring, all of the commitment you have and all of the programs that you put on to keep everyone informed and to keep everyone discussing all these important topics. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Petrogina, the founder of Peace Project Light. Would really appreciate the energy that you have brought to the panel today, as usual. And he mentioned actually Mr. Imamsi Mbusa. He's the founder of African Youth Architecture. He's supposed to be among us today, but he couldn't make it. And he's passing his appreciation and support for the youth also to continue doing the good work and empowering themselves. He's a great motivator and one of the good people that bring the best out of other people. So the great presentation, Pet, but I have 2 questions in mind. I just want to see, now you have partners in other countries, you want to work in South Sudan. How is the future of peace curriculum will be in the African Union countries? How it will be implemented there? And there is a next question. I think I will ask that to Dr. Daniel, and then he went. But let us start by you answering the first one.
Okay. Well, the first thing is there have to be a curriculum, and there are very good works being done individually, kind of piecemeal on parts of peace education curriculums. There's a minister of peace in Ethiopia. There are peace education curriculums that are being attempted and successfully, but I don't think that, from what I've seen, and I've tried to do some research on this in my being a student of Africa sort of hat, it is kind of niche. So there are not broad topics being discussed and continue to evolve the education as primary turns into secondary school. So there's that's the purpose of these tribal meetings, to get the inputs of what topics are important, at what level of age, and how can we do that? I mean, we talk about self-awareness being an important aspect to peace, and we all know that that's true. Well, other cultures around the world start meditation when their kids are 5 years old, and that becomes a very important anchor for self-awareness that propagates throughout lifetimes. That's one example. There's certainly the media influences on peace, and the cultures and religions and understanding of different social and political systems all allow us to relate more easily. So collecting that information would be step 1 to getting peace education defined and curriculums developed by a working group. And that once it's done, would fall to the countries to implement. We're currently, like I said, working in 8 countries right now to collect that information. When we collect that information, that's not an easy task. when I was first told that, hey, you got to involve the tribes of every country in Africa, I was like, how do you do that? How do you even think about doing that? You know, again, I'm just a guy from New Jersey. You got to, you know, I've started companies. I've raised millions of dollars. I know this is a billion-dollar issue because it saves lives and affects peace on a continental basis. But how do you organize and financially model that so that you can get donors to give you money because you have presented a credible, defensible, measurable plan? One of the things I would say that I didn't say, and I probably should have, is one of the key things in my mind I always come back to is, I mentioned I worked at Hewlett-Packard for 15 years. Bill Hewlett is pretty famous for a lot of things and a lot of his sayings. He said, you can't manage what you can't measure. What gets measured gets done. So how do you turn every step to getting into the point where you're teaching children, peace education curriculum, backwards, and then measure every step along the way to get there? You have to have financial models for visiting all the tribes to get the inputs. You have to have financial models for getting the curriculum development working group together. You have to have financial models for rolling it out in the country level. And they have to be good models. They have to have travel. They have to have support. They have to have food and drink when you're visiting the tribes. You have to pay people. You have to be able to handle the transport. You have to be able to think through this whole thing. Again, by Africans for Africa, right? I'm a facilitator and I'm enjoying it because I say to people, you know, people come back to, and I've done hours of work. I set up spreadsheets. I say, here's what I would do. Now just fill in this information and we should be able to get some financial model on how much it'll cost to do Kenya, to do Sierra Leone, you know, to do Ghana, you know, whatever. And I put it back on the people in the country to provide that information. And I say, you know, it becomes measurable if a third of this is filled out in 2 weeks, right? You got to measure every step along the way. And if you manage it and approach it like that and teach the people that you're working with these approaches and these best practices, then you increase your probability of success. So that's the way it happens. What does it look like? I don't know. You know, it's up to the working group. I can see that those topics in there are probably a good conversation starting point, but it really has to be defined by the tribes and by the working group, which will be made up of professional educators, 2 professional delegates from every country. So.
Okay, thank you for that, Pet. Just going to go to Dr. Daniel, because Pet earlier talked about the Agenda 2030, and we have youth in the global, youth globally. We have youth globally. We have youth in the continent. And how can we ensure that we implement the Agenda 2030 for youth in the continent? How can that be done?
Oh.
Yes, thank you, Mary, for you know, charting the way forward. How can we move forward and achieve what Agenda 2030 means for us, which is the universal goal of sustainable development? Or how can we at 2030 now prepare for 2063? One of the ways that we can achieve Agenda 2030 is for South Sudan, because I'm using South Sudan as the context now and then generalizing for everybody. One of the ways we can use the agenda to fulfill our goals are the ways everyone have said. We need to know what this Agenda 2030 is. You know, we need to know how to resolve some of our internal bickering, you know. And Peter is very right. I wish we Africans can listen to what he's saying. That it's not enough for South Sudan to have 73% of its own population of 9 million less than 30 years. It's not enough for South Sudan to have 51% of its own population less than 18 years. It's not enough for us to have 16% of the entire population less than 5 years. South Africa averagely is a young population. 67.9% of its population are young people. Now, it means the other 30-something% are people that are greater than 50. So you cannot discountenance them. There has to be an intergenerational mingling. However, that energy to drive us to 2030 cannot be done by an 80-year-old man. You have to use technology. Why technology? So this is how technology works. Technology is a medium in which you can make someone's life in 1971 slightly better. You do know, Mary, in 1971, maybe it's that other phone that you have to spin around many times that you use, and you need to travel 20 kilometers to receive the call of one of your uncle who is abroad. But 1971 in our new 2020 has changed. You do not need to have that land phone. You need to now have a mobile system. What happened? What happened was an upgrade. What happened is what technology does. Somebody sat down and asked himself, my passion and my will is to interface between the old and the young to make it more convenient for people. So what is technology? Making your current situation that looks very complex more convenient for you. But you first have to be educated. You have to identify where South Sudan has challenges in. Let me tell you where South Sudan has challenges in. Following your South Sudan National Bureau statistics. These are your own government, not me. They say we have problem in infrastructure. They say we have problem in education. They say we have problem with health. They say we have problem in unemployment. They say we have problem in ensuring that people know what the formal sector and informal sector is. They say we have problem with enrichment or empowering people so that they will not be poor. They say we have problem with security. So as you have identified all these components, they all have technological approaches to them. Let me give you an example of what I did. You know, I have a medical background. I'm a medical doctor. And when I left my country some years ago, you know, because we're not making headward. Like somebody had said, I think it's Elbow, Nigerians have a lot of potential. Young people are great. In short, I never even knew that I had it in me until when I came, started researching. And not too long, I got involved in the UN. Not too long, I got involved in environmental stuff. So I asked myself, how can I make impact? I have this passion, but it's not enough for you to have this passion. Why not I design an app that can notify farmers in Africa about this? These are dependent on seasons, rainy season and dry season. I want to tell them that the world has moved beyond this, that you do not need a soil to plant. People plant on water, no soil. People plant on ice, you know, and it's sad that we're still depending that we have to have 100 hectares of land, you understand, to farm. It is the technique. It is blending it with technology. It is not how hard you use your hoe. Just one tractor can plow 10 plots of land, you know, and plowing of lands is not just anything. You can plant on one plot. You can plant on the roof of your house and harvest and supply tomato for the entire street, for the entire local area. So it's all about technology. So I said to myself that if I'm able to design an app that can notify farmers, since almost every person in South Sudan, they say 26.7% of South Sudanese have phone. So if I can design an app that can tell farmers on ground in anywhere in Africa that it's not going to rain in the next 4 days, so there's no point planting rain-fed crop. It will be a waste of resources for you. You know, using GPS, using the knowledge of the weather, rather than plant rain-fed crop, plant crops that have drought-resistant stuff, or introduce them to drought-resistant products. So I felt that way we'll be able to do one or two things. Then my question is this: how do I get funds to design an app, or how do I sell my idea to people? That's where technology comes in.
Mhm.
So I started researching, and then I discovered that there's an agency in the UN that I have now started working with that are involved in space-based technology. So they call them the UN Office of Space Affairs. So anybody going to space, you have to register something. Anytime you're sending a projectile to space, you have to register something there. And now I've discovered that this satellite-based knowledge can in real time report what happens on land. Because if you notice, when we're watching our DSTV, when it rains, you know, the thing becomes so fuzzy. So it means that atmospheric pressure, atmospheric phenomenon can impact on land-based technology. So, but if you are going to move ahead in life, you must be able to have a technology that is not interrupted by land-based, so that you can report in real time what happens on land. So you can monitor water, you can monitor the amount of water that is reducing. You can also monitor the flow in the Nile and know, since Sudan is in the upper Nile region, know the amount of water that they're going to have in the next 40, 30 years, and then determine what it needs to plan. So I sat down with a team of people. I am not a tech person. And I told them that my idea is to have an app that can tell people temperature, when not to be under the sun, when to plant, when not to plant, how to prevent disaster risk situations like flooding, like bushfire, using space-based technology. And I pitched the idea in 2019, just last year, and with my team of people, were about 3 of us, I now designed the space. I had already designed another prototype, a land-based one, not a satellite-guided app system. I called the Rep Client. I had won an award in Europe. So I just said, okay, let me pitch. And somehow we got some funding, and we won an award. So the UN Office of Space Affairs gave us an award in 2019 in June, that our idea and concept of using space-based technology to drive sustainable development, to address environmental challenges, to notify farmers, to talk about environmental disasters like flooding, like erosions and all those stuff. Using this app is an excellent way to engage people. More importantly, to also help the tourism industry and notify people traveling into Africa region or regions prone to environmental challenges on what likely they need to plan for, you understand, before they come. This is what a non-space person did. I got a contract or a proposal with NASA because of that. I met the NASA director, you understand, but for COVID, I should have been in Alabama right now, seeing how to put the app in order. Not only that, I got to go to Washington, D.C., who was sponsored. One of my team member, she works for me, my secretary, was brought from Serbia, a European country, was brought down to the US. This is in real life. This is what an ordinary person like me, could do. Of course, I went to meet the government, of the day. I have my own political views. I'm a bit reluctant on all that, but I was happy that an African can be appreciated. A non-space actor can get to that level, So my point I'm telling South Sudanese are this. If you want to make impact, you must look at where South Sudan is right now. South Sudan needs peace. Forget anything you're saying. If there's no peace, you cannot move forward. The only reason why I'm able to make it this much is because I am in a peaceful environment. Internet is working. I am seeking knowledge. I have access to library. I have access to research materials. Yes, maybe I'm a bit educated to know some certain things and piece things together. But the key thing that technology really helped, researching really helped, identifying the problem in Africa. I know agriculture is a problem. I know that technology is a problem. I know fully well that governance sometimes is a challenge. I was not depending on any of the government at some point. I know that at the end of the day, by the time I get international cloud, that same government will come. Yes, they are now coming, you understand. But I still hold the view that young people, you understand, must find a way, to get into governance. It is the only way that we can change things. You cannot be 76% of a population. You cannot be 61% of a voting bloc, and you are the one that carries their briefcase. You're the one that knows that the road is not tarred. You're the one that knows that it is unemployment. You're the one that see the rape. You're the one that see the refugee influx and efflux. You're the one that see it. You are still the one that is complaining. So it is clear, and I know that. And that's what you are seeing in many African countries, like my country, Nigeria. October 20, some of you are aware. Young people know that the game is up. But there's something I have learned here from Auntie Mary and from Pete, that in as much as we feel bitter and we feel enraged, there's need for us not to again repeat the same thing of marginalizing another group of people. You understand? Because that's why we are upset. We're upset because we are being marginalized. And we cannot in one full swoop do the same thing to 37% of older people in South Sudan. We must build an intergenerational and interfaith base. That means there'll be other religions in South Sudan. We must learn now, because we can't repeat the same thing. Always saying, the Muslims are the bad people, the Christians are. That's what got us where we are today. So we must do something different. You can't keep doing the same thing. So let us build an interfaith group. An interfaith group means Muslims, Christian, Arabic, non-Christian, non-faith believers, everybody coming together and agreeing on a consensus for us to develop South Sudan, for us to meet sustainable development goals of empowering people, of leaving no one behind, of creating wealth, of creating clean energy, of ensuring that all our natural resources are used in the interest of not only us, the ones that are coming behind, of setting precedents, of stopping corruption, of ensuring that people follow the rule of law. If you say this is what you're going to do, we're going to empower 1,000 South Sudanese, in the province of El Gaza. That's what you're going to do. If you say, okay, there's problem with cattle rearing and grazing, we're going to set up special ranches to ensure that this constant cattle housing or cattle raiding will stop. There are technology, there are things that can be done to address some of these problems. It's just for some of us to sit down and tell them, rather than stealing people's cattle, do you know you can also fish? You do not need an ocean to fish. You can harvest and have fish ponds and fish farm. You can put boreholes that can go down, sink water, and you can rear your fish on special farms. People need to know that there are options. People need to know that you can teach people on a YouTube on how to farm using only water, on how to farm and diversify from cattle to other forms of agriculture. So that's where education comes in. I totally agree with Abari that says that you need mentors, and then from what she said, mentors are people that even know where they are going to. Because if you have somebody that doesn't know where he's going to, you will now have another generation of circle of chaos and anarchy. You understand? I totally agree with Abner that people must on their own, start developing themselves. Yes, that's your talents, your skills. You must have a talent and skills first. So then the next question is, how do I use technology to bridge that gap? Our children have not been going to school in South Sudan because of the COVID. Let's just say because of the COVID or because of the security challenges. Is there a way I can design a Khan Academy-like platform and now start discussing with our local people that you are finding it difficult to build schools and build this? If you can provide internet at a special town hall, me and 16 people can be able to teach maths, English, Greek. I totally agree with our speaker that says we cannot be sending our children to do political science, dancing in university. It's a waste of time. It is. Those eras are all gone. We cannot be sending our kids to go and be learning culture. They are gone. What we need now is science. How can we have the scientists that can help our government be able to build better security platforms that can monitor people? How we can use our phone to monitor what terrorists are telling people in all these groups. CCTV cameras, how can we make them more cheaper and we can mount them in schools to protect people? How can those CCTV cameras even speak to invaders? Stay away from Jeba High School. Stay away or we'll call the police in 15 minutes time. Those are the things we need right now. We do not need people dancing. The era of dancing are over. The era of people going to the airport to be waiting for tourists to come and then defrauding them of that, they are over. Now, when terrorists land, they will use their phone. We have special artifacts online. We can supply it into your hotel. Just click on this. It will direct you to where you are going. So, but we need technologies to be able to know you can sell artwork online to tourists. So the point that I'm making is this. If a person with a health background can be able to design an app recognized by the UN Office of Outer Space, recognized by the US government, you understand, as being unbelievable. I'm an ordinary guy. All I did was just ask myself, what are the challenges in the area of interest I'm doing in environment? That's all I did. And then came online and started researching on how can I build this ultimate app that can interface with people that normally use phone. You understand? And guide them on how this can work. So these are some of the challenges we need to do. I know that internet is a challenge in Nigeria. So somebody should be sitting down. How can we send in our own small cubic satellite to space so that internet is resolved? Because if internet is resolved, it will be easy for me to build a South Sudan Khan Academy where we can teach people in real time that cannot go to school. And all we just need to do is somebody tell the counselor in the area. There are 17 town hall in the entire Jaba. If we can empower and put satellite-based router on those town hall, I and 17 other people can teach math, science also in real time there and save you the cost of building block. So we need to be very innovative, and technology and state actors are the only ones that can allow us be able to achieve the goals of 2030, which includes leaving no one behind, creating decent jobs for people. By decent jobs, jobs that will not destroy the environment, destroy people, create insecurity. Those jobs will be able to achieve people's overall joy, of contributing their quota. Secondly, ensuring that our women are carried along. We are aware in South Sudan that the population of women outnumbers men. We are aware that 57.8% of the entire population are women. Sadly, 90% of that population are illiterate. So somehow in Sudan must tell our government official, must tell young boys that, see, we must start encouraging our young girls. So when you are going to school, you tell your father, no, it's not enough for me to go to school because I can go all the school in the world. If we leave people behind, it will still be a problem for me. I and my sister must go to school. So there has to be personal responsibility that we can do, but we must be able to identify the challenges in South Sudan. It's time we stop dancing. It's time we stop watching home videos. It's time we start creating our own documentary that can market us to investors. And there's something Pete said. You see, investors or somebody willing to come and invest in you need to know that there's a raw material. By raw material, I don't mean the natural resources. I also mean that the human capital has to be there. So they need to know that there are people that are innovative. Remember what Auntie Maria said, that there were many people that were very skilled and all this stuff. They had their PhD, but struggled to get jobs. Even were paying off loans. Were those that were vocational people, those that had handiwork, plumbers, handy things, skills, talent that they could do, always got along. And at the end of the day, caught up, even went to school to do that. So we now need people that are hands up, people that can assemble cars, people that can design tractors, that can plow roads. Pending the time we have technological advancement, we need peace to reign. We need young people in South Sudan to build an intergenerational coalition that they can drive. We need young representatives, youth representatives, to speak truth to power. You understand, as much as we can. And we need our people now to have technological capability to some extent. Everybody's level will not be the same, but it will be driven to solve local problems you have identified. The rural area in South Sudan are finding it difficult to get water. What stops us from having bicycles that can carry 20, 30 liters? If you have 1,000 bicycles that can carry 20, 30 liters, and then empower those young people to cycle those 20, 30 liters to a particular area that manufactures soap, manufactures ice cream, you can drive the business. You have employed 1,000 young people who will bike. With time, they will get bicycles, keke napep, tricycles, even cars. Pending the time we advocate that government sink boreholes, government capture moisture from the atmosphere and convert it to water. What I'm saying is that there are already existing ideas happening out there. And people just don't know that you can capture carbon dioxide and convert it to fuel. That even oil in itself will be done away in few time, even though we are saying that there's some oil, but it will be done away in few time. And the earlier we start to live with the times in which we are, the earlier we set aside our grievances and embrace peace. The area we create a curriculum that is standardized for everybody. Even in Africa, we should be creating a universal curriculum so that a South Sudanese can work in Nigeria, a Nigerian can work in South Sudanese, it will be better. And stop all this. It's Nigeria, it's Togo, it's Benin. It has not helped us. It is what has made a leader in Cameroon stay for 37 years. made his country more worse off in his
Oh.
years when he started becoming president. The country is far better in 1968 than what it is in 2020. And it's just despicable. So these are the things, because we don't have standards, we don't hold ourselves accountable, we have suppressed, there's a silent majority of people that have been suppressed. And we need the majority for us to be able to drive development at a bigger rate. And as long as that silent majority keeps quiet, you will never be the majority. The silent majority is now the minority. It has always been the minority ruling the majority. And that reversal is what we see in all these youth-based movements, that the Arab Rising and all those other people. We are in the majority. We should be able to make the majority of choice to drive sustainable development goal. You understand? But it must be done in an inclusive way. We must not repeat the same mistake of alienating our elders. Don't forget, they have the keys to the central bank. So if you threaten them now, they will not be able to get there. But all we can tell them is that even if you go to the central bank, you need a driver to drive your vehicle, to drive your money away from the bank. You need somebody to be able to buy all the technology abroad. You understand? You still need young people. So it is, how do we build that coalition of intergenerational young people? You understand? How do we, whatever we need to do, bring them on board to drive the all-encompassing agenda that we all drive? So I've learned a lot from everybody's stuff,
Thank you,
and I
Daniel.
think we all have a good perspective. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Daniel. I think we have our guest here, the main speaker. She's coming. So, Amina, you only have 1 minute, I think, to comment, and then Albo 1 minute, and then we're going to get Miss Suzanne Jambo's speech. Welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to go ahead and comment on a few things that has been mentioned, and I always like to think how the viewers think, and in every question I ask, I also like to provide them with solutions. So one of the things Auntie Mary mentioned, that she said we need to focus on skills. She's very correct, because one of the things that I realized being here in Uganda since February is that money is power. If you want to be heard, have money. It's crazy how foreigners come here and they have more voice over the African people, because their voice, one voice who's a millionaire, is valued over 1,000 poor Africans. So like she said, we need to have skills, we need to be entrepreneurs, we need to build, we need to grow and actually have money, because when you have money, you are heard. So that's definitely, I want to comment on that. And second thing, I wanted to comment on Pet. If I said your name correctly, please forgive me if not. One of the things I realized when you're speaking about peace education, one of the things I realized, even for my Miss South Sudan, my platform was peace, about peace. But right now, what I realize is, do we even African understand what peace is? Do we even know what it means? Are we even know what we're looking for? Because it seems like every year we say peace, peace. It's like we're looking for something. We don't even know what it looks like. Even if it comes, we may not even know it is here, because we don't know what it looks like, what we are looking for, or why are we looking for. And one of the things I realized is not that we're lacking peace, because you know what I realized, as here I live among the people. Everybody's actually peaceful. When in the homes, mom will teach your children respect the elders. We have peace. It's mainly the issues, the major issues is politics. But if you come to the common people, they actually live more peacefully. Like most of the fighting that is happening among the South Sudanese is on Facebook. But when you come to South Sudan, you find all the tribes living together. So we need to really identify what is we're looking for when we're saying peace. What does it look like? So that we are aiming for it with an understanding. And then lastly, on Dr. I cannot pronounce your name. Sorry for that. One of the things you mentioned is technology. But then I realized it's good, but I feel that we're jumping like 2 or 3 steps ahead, because our issues right now is in this level. Technology can only come if these issues here are fixed, right? So how our goal should be to focus on 3 or 4 issues that are happening right now to help us to get to that level of technology. And even the small issues that are happening, if we fix it, we can bring in technology. So for example, health system is very poor. We can improve it, and to improve it, we can also bring other technology. But for me, as a youth, I don't want to jump to bigger things when small things are yet not taken care of. And for us to think about all these things, we have to think about the root. What are the roots of the problem? For example, the peace issue. What is causing us not to have peace? Just like somebody once was talking about homelessness. They want to end homelessness, and they want to provide homes. And I said, even if you provide homes, the person will still become homeless because there's a root problem that was never taken care of. In all problems that is happening in Africa, we cannot jump to just the leaves of the tree. We must understand what is the root of the problem. And that should be our main focus. And then we jump to bigger things, technology, space, all that. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amina Milewa. That's a great intervention. So now I'm going to give it to Albo. Also, I would like to welcome those who join us now. Ms. Suzanne Jambo, she's the founder of STEP Movement, the South Sudanese political party. And also we have Ms. Njok Tongyik, she's a businesswoman and real estate. And we have Mr. Mokak Jill, he's also joining us from Germany. So, Elbo, you have 1 minute to go in, and then we bring introducing, please, Ms. Suzanne Jambo. Albo, I think since you are a little bit, so I'm going to move on to our next speaker. We have with us Ms. Suzanne Jambo. She is the founder of STEP Movement of South Sudan, and she is also a woman empowerment. She's a founder of Dr. Jongerang Peace Institute for Women, and she ran for president in 2017 in South Sudan. So welcome, Ms. Suzanne Jambo. It's great to have you among us today to give our youth advice and listen to you.
Mary, we have also a speaker here. We need to recognize the present, Nyajok.
Yeah, I already did. Yeah,
oh, you did that? Okay, yeah. Maybe my internet was not good. We also have our brother Makak from Italy. Yeah. He's also here with us. So it's good to see Madam Jambo here and Nyajok and all the panelists. I was having a little bit of internet interruptions. We can move ahead now.
So you are welcome, Ms. Suzanne Jambo. The floor is yours. You are in mute. You are muted. Please unmute yourself. You are muted. No, we can't hear you. You are muted.
No, it's okay. I'm checking the microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. I will thank you so much for having me, and it's always a great, humbling pleasure to be among the youth because I am an in-between person, you know, middle age. You have seen the old people, and I see where the gaps are as far as the continent is concerned. I like the presentation by our brother from Nigeria. He spoke some very valid points there, and the questions posed by my younger sister Amna was also very useful question, number of useful questions. Now, the problem with Africa is we have to be able, when we speak on issues, we have to be able to categorize Africa scenarios along different lines. Of course, being a South Sudanese, and majority of us who are in this platform today are also South Sudanese, we will be a bit biased towards the situation of the need for peace right now, because without peace, we cannot do anything. However, there are other parts of Africa which have been enjoying relative peace, stability for a long time, so they will be able to talk more along the lines of technology, lines of developing corporations like cooperatives of farmers associations and so forth, and that who will be able to speak on certain issues to inform the policymakers, like was mentioned earlier on also by our Nigerian. So the situation in Nigeria or most of West Africa is quite different from certain parts of East Africa, South Sudan, Somalia, and other parts that are a bit complicated. I will begin more elaborating on the issue of South Sudan, because that's where I think Amna is also puzzled. Our younger sister Amna, and most of Africa's youth are puzzled. And I will also move on to the issue of leadership for the youth, because that's also a chunk of everything that Africa suffers from. Whether we are in conflict situations, post-conflict, or in stable countries, we have issues of youth participation that is missing hugely. The issue of peace is true. Peace is a complicated matter. It's not something we look up the sky to get from the sky or from someplace or from another capital city or something like that within Africa, but it's the way we look at life ourselves. In the case of armed conflict, peace is not owned by the people. It's often at the whims or the hands, at the mercy of those who carry the guns. That's why there is setups of peace talks that happen in, for example, IGAD in East Africa, for South Sudan for a long time, peace talks. Myself, I was also a peace negotiator in 1999 until 2005 when we signed a comprehensive peace agreement. But the problem with that kind of peace, I call it, it's a peace that is confined to political peace agreements, whereby those who carry guns together with those in power, already in power, be it the government or whatnot of the day, they amicably decide to share power, positions among themselves, and there will be some semblance of peace, but it's not really lasting peace. My concern has been, as a veteran peace negotiator since 1999 up to now, is that the absence of people, the absence of our community groups, the absence of women, the absence of youth in participating in that kind of peace process is what is making the peace confined to political peace agreements, political power positions, and so forth. So people on day-to-day lives, yes, as Sister Amna said, people live communities side by side each other, no problem, but they really don't feel the final peace and the real peace. Because look, peace is also, when you have real peace, you have economic stability. In the case of South Sudan, it hasn't, because it's at the whims of certain people who carry guns. It becomes very difficult to transcend to the people so that I can make plans. Let me say, as a farmer or as a fisherman or as a whatever activity that I do in my village, I will not be able to project 5 years from now, because I don't know what will happen within even 6 months. Maybe another armed group will come, maybe another, etc. So basically, peace is not, it's quite uncertain. And when it's uncertain, obviously, then we are not able to have any form of stability, including economic stability. So we cannot project, we cannot plan. We cannot say, you know what, I'm going to grow for this season, this type of crops, and for the other season, I will grow other types of crops, and so forth and so on. The same thing with children not being able to go to schools, because schools are always interrupted. It doesn't matter whether they're makeshift schools, whether they're proper structure schools, it always is interrupted by the activity of lack of peace in the country, in the country as a whole. So what is important is now what we need to look at as youth, and this is now, I want to draw it because I don't want to focus, I don't want to take too much of the space here now. I would rather have it more interactive, if I may be allowed. That what we need to do is that the youth in Africa, really, the youth are more than 70%, perhaps 72 or so percent of the population. So obviously, this 70% is not utilized, because that's the age where they're most productive. That's the age where their minds are also productive, their bodies are also productive. So if they're not utilized, they're not part and parcel, be it peacemaking in conflict areas, post-conflict areas, or stable Africa, that is like, for example, Eastern and Southern Africa, Western and Southern Africa, some parts of East Africa where there is relative stability. But if the youth are not included decision making, youth are not part and parcel of making decisions in the country, politically, economically, etc., then it becomes that we have an absence of 70% of the workforce, the productive minds, the productive everything into the mainstream of issues. So obviously, then our leaders are making decisions that are backward, decisions that are from what they learned in the 30s, in the 50s, in the 60s, which is not up to date with where we are today. So if you preclude all that from there, then obviously you are not only slowing and stagnating the progress of that country, but you're also taking it look backward instead of looking forward with what we are in today. And that's why even those who are advocating for technology and all that are also frustrated, be it in Nigeria, be it in South Africa, wherever they are. They also at some point get to meet a deadlock, a dead end, you know, because the end of the day, the decision makers in the country cannot fully adapt to what today is at in terms of technology. So how do we ensure the youth is at the forefront? This is the question that I'm putting it now upon our youth. When I look, for example, at the most recent example of Uganda, you know, Bobby Wine, the youth, the young man who's 38 years old, he's a few years younger than me. He is brave because he decided, he, like all other Ugandans, gave them President Museveni more than 30 years in power, every year giving him a chance, but the country is not moving anywhere. A lot of dreams and aspirations are stagnant. Nothing is happening in the country simply because, you know, not only Museveni is old, is not able to move the country forward, but he is marred with a lot of corruption around him. A lot of people, including his family, is implicated in corruption. So this young man decided to take on the responsibility and the duty upon himself that he cannot keep quiet. And look how Ugandans have all come up. All the people of Uganda have all rose up, and hopefully the start of next year, they will be able to now push forward their candidate. So I'm urging our young people that it's not time to sit back and relax, you know, and say, you know what, until we are going to be invited into decision making. No, you have to take it upon yourselves. But of course, it means you have to organize yourselves as young people. And this is why, for example, at STEPS, we started this political party, because I realized as a person who entered into politics at a younger age, I was also a youth when I entered into politics 20 years ago, that it was hard. It was hard for me to express myself as a young person among all these adults, you know, these like people who are like way in their 30s at that point, 50s, 60s, whatever. And, you know, they always tell us, you know, how we are in Africa. We respect our elders and they respect us too. But they look at us when you are young, they're like, you don't know much, you know, keep quiet, you cannot say much. So they don't really give us a chance as younger people to express ourselves fully. And so our self-esteem and confidence is lacking there. But you can come together as young people. When we came as STEPS, the People's Peaceful Movement is for two reasons, really primarily two reasons. One is that in South Sudan, unless you take up arms, nobody recognizes you. Unless you take guns, nobody recognizes you. So that's one thing. The second thing is that we have tribalism at the political level. I wouldn't say at the grassroots level, because the communities themselves, we people to people, we love each other. We have lived there together side by side from time immemorial. But some politicians are taking advantage or exploiting some people who want to climb up quickly for the sake of getting money or whatever. Then they exploit them to act as mongers, as dividers, ethnic dividers among certain communities. And so there's some political rivalries and fightings going on. So the youth need to come together on these two grounds. One is the youth feel that of course, obviously, they're the majority of the population, but they also feel that we cannot continue life with bloodshed. It's not going to take us anywhere. Somebody even, he wrote here, I think one of the guys who wrote in the chat, somebody called Dak, I think Brother Dak mentioned something, that the youth, all this beautiful talk about dreams and technology and development and economy and everything is all beautiful, but we cannot have that without peace. But we go to the dilemma of peace is only inclusive of those who take up arms, not the youth, not the women, not the majority of the population, outside the boardroom of peace talks. So the youth need to come together because they're excluded. Youth, and when I talk about youth, I mean both gender, girls and boys coming together, and regardless of tribe. This is very, very important. I must, when I'm sitting down as a young person, if I am a Nuer, or if I'm a Dinka, if I'm a Bari, these are the ethnic communities, the various ethnic communities we have in South Sudan. Let me look next by my side. The person sitting next to me, which community he or she comes from? And is it only a table full of only young men? Where are the girls? So really the young people must rise up. They must come together and they must leave no one behind. They must make sure they come together as boys and girls and regardless of our communities. And you know what? Numbers matter. So even though they exclude the youth from peace talks, they exclude them from decision making, but when you come together, as many thousands of youth coming together, obviously numbers matter. People will begin to recognize you. And because then, of course, among yourself, we got to put aside all the petty squabbles that we have as young people. For example, issues of leadership. Who among us could be our leader? Who could be doing the youth mobilization? Who can take care of the finance? Who can take care of the articulation of the agenda? Who can do the media work? We divide ourselves among yourselves, the right person in the right place. Remember, the youth must learn from the mistakes of the older generation of leadership in Africa. This is something generic, like I said. Whether you're from Cape Town or you're from Cairo or from Nairobi or from Juba or Lagos, we are all sharing the same thing. Youth are excluded from decision making, and there is a lot of exploitation of our communities. There's a lot of division of our community. Tribalism is rife. There's a lot of corruption. These are generic things happening there. But the youth leadership must be a different type of leadership, must offer a different type of leadership. And how are you going to achieve it? By coming together. There is no any other solution to this. And I told you, from within the boardroom of peace talks, this is specifically to countries that are in conflict areas like South Sudan, Somalia, and whatnot. In those rooms, even the mediators themselves are octogenarian people. They're old. They only see people who carry guns. Their ideas and their thoughts of peace are also of years gone by, you know? So peace must be owned by the people. Peace must not be confined only to political peace agreements. And let me tell you something, even for some of us who live in cities in Africa, and we think that, or countries in Africa where we think there's relative stability or relative peace, but are we really at peace? I will conclude with that statement there. Are we really at peace when you cannot sleep at night safe at home and you have to have all these thick walls, big thick walls around us to protect us from whatever kind of burglars or thieves or whatever, armed robbers and all that. So really, peace is a very, very complex, detailed stuff. It's security, it's personal safety, is a stability, including economic stability. So I project for my family, for my children, and my children will also know that, you know, that doing activities, schools and sports and things, they can plan and they can project, because all these add up to economic stability and progress of Africa eventually. But for as long as there's always something taking us back in terms of personal safety and security, whether we are in front lines, whether we are even in urban areas or cities in Africa, but we don't feel safe, these are all issues connected with governance. These are all issues connected that we must demand for change in them. Rule of law, protection of citizens, protection of people must become a demand by us as Africans. But the youth must come together in order to offer alternative solution, alternative leadership, type of leadership in Africa, where respect for law, where people feel protected, where people can dream, where people can make plans, where people can build, people can come up with so many ideas. I mean, the ideas are endless. So this is what I wanted to say for now, and I don't know if there's anybody has any other questions or something, but this is what I you know, the issues of course are lengthy, can never be exhausted in one discussion, but in summary, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
okay.
I have a question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Suzanne Jambo, the founder of Step Movement. So we're going to go ahead and move for the question. Albo?
We would like to welcome Nyajo, but before she come in, let me ask you a question. So, what are you doing right now as a leader of STEP? What are you doing, and how far have you reached? I understood that you have a lot of youth behind you. This is what I've gathered according to my research, and you are doing an exceptional job bringing the youth together. You are participating in many platforms on social media and WhatsApp. You are trying to bring youth together, and you have a quite number of mentorship that you are giving to the youth. So, what are your steps right now that you're doing to make sure the youth overcome the challenges, and realize the opportunity that they are having in South Sudan?
Yeah, well, other than motivating and mentoring, constantly hands-on, because I realize that our youth, the challenges we have with our youth in South Sudan is that, when we are born in war, even your parents were born or brought up during wartime, it's deeply traumatizing, and people give up easily. People squabble easily. So I have to be constantly on, almost like their mother. People contact me almost on hourly basis. They're stuck with this issue, stuck with that issue. I'm always trying my best to be there for them, because I realize that we are a broken society. Our society is broken in so many ways and in so many layers and levels. However, being also the bridge between the old and the young, I try to utilize that, because I fortunately for all of us, I managed to build a good name within South Sudan, regionally and internationally. So I try to inform the world, to mobilize us. And I realize the number one challenge we have right now in South Sudan is not only the youth coming together, but also the lack of space, basic freedom space. Like in South Sudan today, in Juba, for example, or Wow Malakal, if 10 young people meet together, immediately national security agents will be there to arrest and detain and probably torture and kill them. So because I realized that youth cannot come physically together, only through social media and with pseudo names and fake names and things, so that people don't trace them, that we are working as steps on strategies how to put pressure on the government in South Sudan by African nations and the world, to put pressure on the government of South Sudan to release all these oppressive mechanisms that they're putting on the people. For example, the National Security Act of 2014, which is mandating the National Security Services with NSS of General Akol Kor, which is always detaining people. As soon as they see young people, more than 5 young people sitting together, they must come and raid and take one of those young people. And next thing is, we don't know what happens to that young person. So we are doing our best as steps to come up with strategies and mechanisms how we can put pressure and expose President Kiir and his ruthless generous General Akol Kor of National Security Service, that these guys must abolish and remove those laws, curtailing laws, so that our people can move freely. Because without that in place, it becomes very hard for the youth to come together and for anyone to even feel free in the country. So this is the strategy we're working on. And of course, as we do that, the next steps would be to start advocating for early elections in the country, early, free, fair, credible elections in the country. So that's what we're also working on. And like I said, I use my conduit level in the middle. I'm in the middle. So trying to use my good friends that I know within Africa and within the world community to keep them always on the alert, always, informed and updated. That the youth are ready and willing, but their hands are tied to the back. They cannot do anything because we have tried. As you know, Elbo, you have been with us in the Red Card movement, for example, last year when we tried with the youth and how our young people were arrested in Juba, and some of them, we don't even know what happened to them to this day. We're trying to trace them. And some of our young people were arrested even in as far as Kenya, neighboring country Kenya, and detained. And so Amnesty International work and thing, and to release them. So we don't want to subject our youth to any more bloodshed, because the country has seen enough bloodshed. We don't want any more of that. So that's where the stage at. The strategy is to put pressure on President Kiir and expose him and his military rule for what it is, and so the world can see and put pressure on him diplomatically and otherwise, so that we have a little bit of space for the young people to be able to express themselves on what they want and what they demand, because it's their country, So that's where we're at now. Thank you.
So I have a quick question. And then I'm going to give it to the floor elbow. Ms. Suzanne, currently there is in the continent, there is this free trade area agreement. And how can you use advantage of such agreement, South Sudanese youth, to privilege themselves continentally or internationally? What youth can do in that?
Well, there's also free trade agreements, also bilateral and multilateral regional agreements. But South Sudan also does, sadly, is another aspect of bad governance in South Sudan, is we don't, as a government, they don't pay their membership dues and fees and all that. So South Sudanese passport holders are even being frustrated at entry points when they come to Uganda, maybe Uganda to a lesser extent, but Kenya and other places. So movement of the people at the moment even is not as it used to be, simply because of the membership fees that we don't pay as a country. So all these things can only begin to happen and be enjoyed and be explained to the people step by step once we have in place a better government. This is diplomacy is an intricate thing, and then also getting the people to understand the usefulness between people in Africa moving freely in Africa. It takes a lot of time, because at the moment the exit that is happening from South Sudan into neighboring countries is as refugees. People flee in order to go to refugee camps in Kenya or Uganda and beyond. So trade for now, with the failing economy, with the unprecedented, and it's very difficult even to verify what's the value of the South Sudanese pound at the moment. The economy is just appalling. It becomes very, very difficult to put any meaning to even any existing agreements between South Sudan and neighboring countries. So it's complicated.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mary. Can I go ahead and use
that? Sure.
Before we move ahead, please share this to your network. We already have more than 50, and people are coming in. Try to share this on your network so that people can come in and listen and benefit from you. The great people who are in this show are coming to say. So I would like to invite our sister Nyajok. She's, she was in the military for many years in the U.S. She's very young, but she made that decision. She's also a certified nurse in the U.S. Right now. And Nyajok, we are glad to see you coming in here among, with a friend who is in the show today. You people are amazing, great people. And I'm asking the youth now watching, please build this network, get this connection, get this advice from our people who are speaking today. And please, you're welcome.
Well, thank you, Elbow, and thank you, Mary, for the beautiful presentation that you guys have put together. Thank you, everybody that's here. I came quite late, so I'm just trying to catch up right now on what the topic has been about and what it is that I might be a service to our community for. So, as Elbow said, my name is Nyajok. I am currently in San Antonio, Texas. I've been in the U.S. for about 21 years. So I've been gone from South Sudan for a very long time. I grew up in Ethiopia as a refugee. So as far as South Sudan politics, I'm very distant from it. So I'm not really into the politics much. But I am now through social media learning a lot about what's going on in the country. So if there's anything I could help, my background is in military medicine. I've been a nurse for 11 years, and I did it all in the military. I just retired this July. So right now I'm in the civilian world. I work last night. I just got off work. Beside my career in the military and in medicine, I am also a real estate investor. So I've been doing that for quite some time now. So personal development is something that I'm fond of and pretty much just been in it for years. I'm probably not a youth anymore, but I'm probably close to being a youth than to the elders. So I can also bridge that gap that Suzanne was talking about. So what can I address?
Just in general, the challenges that women face in leadership, because we cover most of the part. Like you as a woman, as a female, you went to the military, and I think there is so much is still socially, some position is not easy to be held by women, and they don't give them the much opportunity because of our social structure, because the public structure system. So how can women bring this gap? And also, certainly you are a nurse now in the time of pandemic, how can women overcome the challenges that they are facing in their household, either is violent, domestic violence, and also things that are holding them back from being in a leadership position? Thank you.
Well, that is very interesting, and it's a very intriguing question that you asked. So I will do my best to try to answer that. So first of all, as if we're speaking on behalf of South Sudanese women, that's very different than if we're speaking in a Western world, because there's more opportunities in those countries than we do in South Sudan. I heard some statistic earlier from Dr. Dumbi that I've never heard before, that over 57% of South Sudan is women, and that 90% of those women are illiterate. That just, it's mind-blowing. Okay, so that's one thing that I wrote down, and that has to change. We know that has to change, because half of the country, if it's women, then 90% of it, that just, we're not going to go anywhere. So if somebody that can understand statistic and understand number, we need our women to be educated. That's one thing. For South Sudan to advance, we need to educate our women. And that's something that I have got into recently, and trying to mentor these young women here in America, and through social media, to encourage them, to inspire them to advance in themselves. So right now we know in South Sudan, as Ms. Suzanne mentioned earlier, we don't have a seat on the table. So the first thing we need to do is groom ourselves wherever we are. If you're in the Western world or you back in South Sudan, you need to take care of yourself. You need to educate yourself. You need to personally develop yourself, so that when your time comes, you can take that. You can take that opportunity and express yourself in a way that people can understand you. One thing I heard from my mentor is that if you have something, people will come and look for it. Okay, so work on yourself. So wherever you are as a woman, find a mentor that is where you want to go, and look on that person to help you get there. For example, I am surrounded by business owners because I'm interested in business. So I looked for them. I asked them questions. I asked them to mentor me. You know, life, you can't make a life by chance. You have to change in order for your life to change. So we can't be doing the same thing over and over and expect South Sudan to be better. So that's one thing we need to do, is that we need to work on ourselves. I know a lot of people are interested in politics, and almost everybody thinks is a politician in South Sudan, but we cannot all be politicians. So whatever your skill sets are, whatever you're good at, stay there and improve yourself there and get better, because everybody is needed. Every skill level is needed. We don't all have to be politicians. Okay, so focus on what you do best at. Focus on your callings, and eventually people will come and look for you in where you're at. So that's one thing. The second thing is mentorship. I heard that you guys already talked about mentorship earlier. It's very, very important. We lack mentorship in South Sudan. And one of the things that we lack is people that we can look to as examples, whether it's example in relationship. We need people that would put it upon themselves and say, I'm going to do the best I can. I'm going to act the best I can, so that other people can see me that also wants to be good, want to be a good human being. So so let's do our best to be, to be better for our young generation, for our kids. Let's be mentor to them. I wouldn't be where I'm at right now if I didn't have good mentors. If people didn't take interest in grooming me and making me better, I wouldn't be here. So the same thing. So anybody that is, like Miss Susan, anybody that has success, has reached the success, they didn't get there by themselves. And the goal for every success person that I have met is to also pass that down to the next person. Everybody want to teach or train one. So reach out. There's people that you're going to find that want to mentor you, that want you to be better in our community. Don't be shy. Reach out to them. So that's the second thing I would say is mentorship. Find mentor or be a mentor to somebody in our community, or just be by example. Live your life in a way that other people would want to be. So in South Sudan, women are just being a female in South Sudan is challenging. I hope you guys heard about the Ross girl breaking the silence that went on social media this past June, and I am one of those tasker in the group, the Ross girl breaking the silence. And one of the challenges is that oppression, the female oppression, the gender inequality that we experience in our country. So I'm glad to see females spearheading this meeting. So it's exciting, and I'm glad that you guys are doing that, because it's giving hope. It's giving you inspiring the young girls that are watching you do that. We don't have a lot of women that like to speak up, because we have been groomed. We were raised to not have voice. But we are a next generation. We're a different generation. So we're not a generation like our parents. We like to be heard. We want to be respected. We want to have a chair on the table. So speak up. The woman equality in South Sudan, it's there. The arranged marriages, the child marriages, all of that stuff are still happening in our country, and we are the generation that's going to change that. So let's do it where we at. Let's water ourselves where we at. Let's soil ourselves where we at, and bloom where we at. And eventually, we will have a seat at that table. So I would just highly encourage to focus on yourself. Whoever you are right now, focus on yourself, make yourself better, because South Sudan will need you eventually. So have a vision. 20 years, 30 years from now, you're going to go back and you're going to be a leader to our country. But you have to be better where you at today, and you have to focus on that instead of focusing on who's messing up the country right now, and you just focus on yourself.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Najok. She's a businesswoman, she's a nurse, and she have experience also working in the military in the US. Thank you for this kind word. We are moving on to our panel discussion. Thank you for all the audience who are watching us and who just join us now. Please share the video with your networking so that it can be more interactive and we have more outcome come out of the video. And also, if you can share with us your opinion about what you think the way forward from the challenges that are facing youth leadership in South Sudan when it comes to they be part of the policy making. Please send us suggestions, send us what you think, because we also want to hear from you and share it with our panelists and how we can address that together. So I'm going to introduce someone else now. We have Mr. Makak Gel. He's an amazing South Sudanese youth from Germany. He joined us now. Mr. Makak, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mary, and the team there. It is my pleasure to join you. I just got this platform on the Facebook, and I read it, and also it caught my attention that I have to join, and I have to listen to the brilliant idea that may come out from the team. Thank you so much for allowing me to come in. I am in Italy. I just came here this year. I want to add something that I heard from the speakers that had to speak before. They talk much about important thing that the youth of South Sudan can do. The world is worried about the situation of the youth. everywhere, at the international levels, and even in our regions, Africa levels. And when you come back to see at the context of South Sudan, we are the more people that need help. They need to have ideas for the future. And I can take this opportunity to really give thanks to Dr. De Koons that talked before, and Fitris, because I had some of the points, they talk about the fees. Whenever people are trying to have ideas, are trying to improve any situation that they are, first they need to have agenda that they have to pursue. Yes, we know that in South Sudan, there is a need for peace. And this is what youth need, not only politicians, not only everyone, but youth. Because we are the youth that are fighting even the war that is going on now. And we are the youth that are facing everything, that has been forced to do bad things. Our sister Nyajoka just mentioned some points about the early marriage. These are the youth that fell victims. And her word also remind me about the history that I read some day back in South Sudan, where a young girl was forced to get married to an old man, and she reported the cases to police, and also all relatives kept themselves away from her. They look at her like she did something wrong. And this is what we need to change in our countries. Whenever I am in a better level today, we need to think on what is good for youth. Many people have been experiencing problems that has been keeping youth back. But sometimes I feel like I blame some youth because we have a better youth in a better position. We all know that the youth in South Sudan has 70% of the population that we have back home. But not all of them in the better position. But we have been begging some people that we seen out in the better position also to push for the youth agenda. The war in our countries will not be ending soon if the youth will not step back from participating in the war. It will not end if youth do not think about the future. We have been telling ourselves that we need to change, but we need to change with our agendas, not all those people's agendas. And I'm very glad that seeing many youth in Western world, even in Africa, they have agendas. Most of the indigenous NGOs now has been run by youth. And this is a step that we want to see. We need to compete with the agendas that is every youth in the world is competing. We want to see the 2030 with a better image than the way we are. Coming from South Sudan sometimes has different characteristics. I come in these countries this year. When I say that I come from South Sudan, some people has only two perceptions about the youth, about the country South Sudan. The first is South Sudan is rich countries that have oils, that have everything. The second, South Sudan is a country that is in war. When you combine these two ideas together, it seems like people are fighting because of the resources. It seems like people are mismanaging the resources, not able to do something better for them. And this image, these characteristics, they are many. And we are the generation now to do the better things, to change this image and introduce a better characteristics for our countries. We know many youth in Africa are facing different challenges, and many youth also, they are trying hard to change. But in which way? If we join politics, we are victimized in the politics. If we join private services, we are also challenged by the security situation that we are in, because you cannot do a better business where there is some things. Some people, someone was talking about integration of the different ethnic identities, and that is interfaces also. And when we talk about this, we need to do it. We need to have not only inter-ethnic integration in different platforms, but also on how to transform this ethnicity in its diverse manner. We all have some contact about the diversities, but in South Sudan, diversity is in different form. In South Sudan, when you talk about ethnics, some people only think about their own culture or something like that. They do not know that is another way that you can use this in a diversity way that benefit all the countries. Let's say, if there are some people who have a peaceful characteristic, or some people in the entities that has been developing some positive perspective for the surrounding environment and the communities, why not adapting that lifestyle? We need to adapt. It's not a shame that you borrow the peaceful or the better ways of life from other people, but it is not a better way to borrow the ideologies from people. Like now in Africa, some people are fighting, especially some government, they are fighting to introduce the democracy, the human rights standard in the countries. You can see them, they are better today, but tomorrow you will surprise. They really acted in the way that we don't expect. Let me go to example, Ethiopia. Recently, they have conflicts right now still. And I have been the one who live in Ethiopia for years. I know the good thing, the democracy, that the government is nursing its diversities. I attend even one of the national and ethnic people's days in Ethiopia that bring all ethnicity together. They celebrate the diversities. They translate it into the betterment of the country. But I surprised recently when I heard that they have conflicts. This is the way that we want to involve youth, because the youth, they are the fighting. There is no 50 years old people in the government who are not fighting. No, they are the youth. The bodyguards are the youth. The drivers, most of them, they are the youth. The messengers are the youth. And those who they sent to bring information are the youth, because the elders cannot go and run quickly and bring the information that is needed. So we need to create allies with regional bodies that is working about the importance of youth, and also collaborate with them and engage them. And also find out the way that we may be mainstreaming the youth policies that would be better, that will reach us 2030 in a better ways. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brother Makak, for this wonderful speech and intervention. So now I think we are almost going to close our panel discussion for today, and we have a great also comment from the audience and people who are watching us. So I think here we're going to give each person 1 minute to conclude of what we have done, and then from there we can come with if you have any suggestions, if you have something that you expect we can do more to develop this platform, to work in this initiative, please feel free to share. Yeah, and then that is it. And Ms. Suzanne, also, I think it's great if you have something special you want to share with us, and or advice you want to give with us, because we also have people some youth right now who are in the refugee camps trying to watch us, trying to get access to internet, people from different places. So you are welcome, and then we'll take to the other participant as well. You are muted. You are still muted, Ms. Suzanne. We can hear you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, here we go. Yeah, I muted and I forget that I muted it. Now, I wanted to say thank you very much for this opportunity. And before I would close with just a simple piece of advice, I wanted to appreciate our refugee community, especially the youth in Uganda and in Kenya, our South Sudanese refugees, for coming together and helping with overcoming COVID in the refugee camps. That was my nightmare, honestly, when COVID was announced and became more of an issue globally as a pandemic globally around February, March earlier on this year. My head went crazy about the issue of the congestion of the camps and the refugee camps. But honestly speaking, our youth, our women came together and there was a lot of awareness, a lot of combating. And so it's a divine intervention from somewhere that we don't have as much infection rates as we thought would have been. So I would like to thank anyone who is from among our refugee communities, be it in the internally displaced camps in South Sudan or in the refugee camps. Thank you so much for the noble efforts. And Community Development Center in particular has been doing great work in the Empowerment Center, been doing great work in mobilizing our communities there. Fantastic work, thank you. And as far as the youth are concerned, I just want to say this: don't feel discouraged. Let yourself dream. It's something within you. Nobody can take it away from you. Within you, all the youth, wherever you are, in refugee camps, in internally displaced camps, in the diaspora, in fear living in and around the cities in Juba, in South Sudan, the capital cities or the towns in South Sudan, you can dream. Around Africa, you can dream. You can dream. It's in you. It's in you. Inevitably, you will be at the helm of things. Max your time right now to empower you, to strengthen you, to instill values in you, what you want to be, because the opportunity can strike anytime, any minute. What you want to be, always seize every single day, every hour of your day to become a better you, your values. Because, we cannot complain about the leaders, the current African leaders, corrupt as they are, dictators as they are, bad as they are. But if we are not ready, if we don't make ourselves, the youth are not getting themselves ready for the role when it comes, then you're just going to be another repeat of who the current leaders are. So prepare yourself now. Do a checklist. You have Facebook, for example. Check your Facebook friends. I always challenge people like that on my Facebook. I'm like, challenge the number of friends you have. Is it 5,000 or 400 or 300, whatever they are? Are they only from one community? Is it only your community? Then you're not a different person from President Kiir or whoever tribalist that you're accusing in Africa. So basically, walk the talk of what you want to happen, So as you grow yourself, as you groom yourself, as you build yourself into certain values and skill yourself within whatever means you have. Because dreaming is also, it's not something that we need to acquire through money or through education. Dreaming can be in the brain, in the soul, in the head of the person. And reach out to other young people. Build peer pressure, build togetherness among yourselves as young people. Trust me, you will get somewhere. You will get somewhere. It may seem bleak, it may seem bad right now, it may seem impossible, but you will get somewhere. Always be ready, in readiness for whatever that will take place. And your numbers matter. Coming together, learning from each other. And if you see anyone who is a grown-up, an older person reaching out to you, or you can reach out to them. Don't take the problems within yourself and think that this is the end of it. This is the end of whatever situation, that this is my end of my life today, whatever. Reach out to somebody, share your problems. Make a usefulness, make use of every opportunity that comes your way. Whenever you have airtime on your phone, on your cell phone, and you want to Google something, research on something, do it. Whatever you can grab. And I appreciate my younger brother, Elbow, for all the efforts he makes. Like the book groups on WhatsApp that you have put together, where you're sharing books with other younger people. and our kids, I mean, younger guys are eager to read those books. It's amazing. So whatever efforts that we put together, we come up with, encourage one another. It's not the end of the world. It is possible, and anytime things can change. And for those who are outside and doing better because you have better facilities, maybe those who are living, for example, in Europe or in America, please don't forget your other brothers and sisters back home. Whatever little you have, be it a book, be it some clothes, be it some money, be it whatever, to further them, to empower them, whatever advice, whatever idea that you come across, share it with them. It's our goal. It's not going to come from anywhere in the sky. It's not going to come from anybody else but us ourselves. So believe in yourself, do it yourself, you can do it, and help one another. That's all I can say, and anything is possible. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and may God bless all our Africa youth. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ms. Suzanne Jambo, the founder.
You are amazing, Madam Susan. You are amazing. You are incredible. We are proud to be, to have you around.
Thank you.
It's really a blessing. Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think now I'm going to move to someone else, Miss Auntie Marie Rose. You have something to share us with, so we can conclude on. You are muted.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry.
Okay, now we are fine. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. What I want just to say, I would like to, as an elder person in the community and a leader in the community, and I would like to address for those who have an opportunity to live in the United States or the Europe, where all the facilities are there, and which also can facilitate us to help back home. We need to ask ourselves, what is our dream? What do you want us to achieve? Either ourselves or to help the community. I would like to give you an example which is successful, which you have done here in the United States. As everybody, I see you don't know, I'm from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the country which has been in turmoil for a long time. And in particular, we came from the East, where all this genocide has been taking place. So what we have done here in the United States, we did have approached our people on the ground. We who are here in the US, we have an opportunity here. See what those youth want. See their idea. What do they want to achieve? Meet even the elders, churches, mosque, organization, even small businesses. What do you want us? That's what we did. What do you want us to do here in America, where we have opportunity than where you are? What, the answer was, we need peace and economic development, because everything has been destroyed. We have a lot of youth who are talented, who can, it's like capital labor. We have professionals, we have small businesses, those who want to do some kind of businesses. They said, we don't want politics anymore, because politics, it's which made all the youth waste their lives for no reason. And what we ask them to do, their homework, give us the statistic, give us the program, give us the project. Who are businesses? How many businesses do you have? How many women who are doing some small businesses, who are talented, who are professional, who are doing, so come together and learn and come up with the project. So those are the homework we did give to them. And they came up with the big project, this big project, and we included the university professors, we including with doctors, and everybody came together, and they come up with a good project which can develop the country and bring peace, because peace come together with economic development. What we did, they came up with a project. What we need to do here in America, everything is possible. We start now doing advocate for our people on the ground in the eastern part of the Congo. We did advocacy from the local government for the state and the federal level. We told them, look here, this is what needs to be done. This is the problem and this is the answer. So we need to come up with the cause, the conflict, and cause of the solution and how we can measure it. And since we come up with this idea, I went to testify at the state Senate, discuss about Congo, because we have to have also the good relationships with our local level, our local elected official here in the United States. I don't know about in Europe. So we create that good relationship with lawmakers, those who can decide, the decision makers, I can say that, with the support on the ground, requested on the ground. We don't want to politics, we want peace and economic development. That's what we did. And the program and the project for, I can say that, including for 2030 Sustainable Development Goal came to that. So after we advocate to the federal, local, and each and every lawmakers has accepted and passed the law, because we have to tell them what is causing the conflict in eastern part of Congo is also government are taking over doing business now instead of the community. The business become now for the government in DRC. So local has been pushed aside. And because of that, we have done a good job. And the state of Maryland, where I live, the great state of Maryland, they passed the law, because the conflict is created by all these minerals. We have a lot of minerals, those who know in DRC. We passed the law. The state of Maryland passed the law. It has been supported by the federal, by the Congress, to tell every every corporation, everybody who are investing, who are fueling the war, who are giving guns for the local community, to create the war so people can move, so they can take over the mineral. They pass the law and they call everybody to get out. That's why you have seen in eastern part of the Congo, we have a little bit, we still some pocket here, but everything's going fine. So what we need now, we say, in order to do that, we need partnership, which I can say people to people, not government to government. People in the United States to partner with people on the ground. Guess what? Even the government in the Congo has accepted and give a chance and gave the local community, local youth, to create some project which can be partner with the professional, those who are professional in businesses, or professional in any career, to work together to develop that country. So that's what I want to say. We are here. We need to know the idea back, the people on the ground. What do they want? What do they want to achieve? What kind of services they want? And from there, so we can advocate here in the US or in Europe in order to better serve them. And right now we have a program and projects with businesses came together, and government gave them all the necessary documents, allowed them to partner with anybody else. What they need to do is just to make sure they have to pay the due to the government, such as taxes and so on, so they can move on. Since then, everything will be fine. That's where we are, and which made the Congress to recognize our organization, Africa Women Council, as an organization which is a contributor to the well-being of Congolese community in the US and in Africa. And we are training now other Congolese to do the same in different areas. That's what I need to say. We who are here, we need not to go far from the technology. That can bring the technology itself, to learn how other people work. That will bring together partnership, which will create a job, services, and business growing, and also this capital labor can get a job, and everything, it will be peace bring by the economic development. So people will not have time to go around, go to fight the government, take the gun, we go to the forest and fighting and do this and that. And the government and those politicians who want to influence those youth to go to fight because they need a position, they won't be able, because young youth, they will say now the life in our hands. Now we are moving forward, we are tying the war. That's what we did, and it has been approved not only by US and also by the government of the Congo, especially the new government. The old government was doing businesses, they didn't care about the youth, but the new government of Tshisekedi opened the door. And right now, what we are doing is just to see presenting partnership with each sectors, private sectors, people to people, so can work together. The US has approved it, and the government, the new government have approved it. So that's where we are now working, bringing some professional businesses, women, non-profits to partner with those in the ground to move the country forward. That's what I say, that I don't know if they can work with other countries, but it has worked with us. We are working now toward getting some fund and partnership for those projects. I want just to let you know what we have been doing, our successful, and we would like also others to do the same. That's why I always say politics cannot take us anywhere. We cannot fight politics when we don't have finance. When we will have finance, we'll decide. We'll decide who is going to be our president, who is going to be our leader. But if we don't have funding, we don't have money, we don't have career, we don't have idea, we will not achieve.
Okay.
So that's what I want to say. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Mary, for giving me this opportunity to discuss about our successful program.
Thank you so much, Auntie Mary Rose, the founder of African Women Council. She have done amazing work for the African community, and she have international organization. She also being recognized internationally by a lot of organizations, international organization, and also council members in Montgomery County. So we are going to move forward. Also, I think we can give the floor to Najok, conclude by the last advice that you can give, and then we can have Petri Gina after that.
Oh.
You are muted. Please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Yeah, well, thank you. I feel like I just spoke it, but I was listening to Suzanne. She kind of already said exactly what I wanted to say, and that is, be where you are, be where you are, and be good where you at. South Sudan will come and look for you. If you have the skills, if you have the talent, if you have the resources, they will come look for you. So focus on bettering yourself, focusing on people around you right now, help them, mentor them, and one day your time will come. So don't bother yourself about all of this politics going on. Your time will come. And that's exactly what I'm doing, is working on myself, because I know I can only be better if I better myself now. So I think you guys are doing exactly just that. That's what this panel is all about, is inspiring and encouraging our young people. And that is, it's not to uproot them right now and say, hey, let's all go to South Sudan, because what are we going to go do in South Sudan right now? What are we going to do? It's not peaceful. you know. Obviously, you know, I'm not going to get into it, but it seemed like the young people talent is not needed there now because they go and they disappear. You know, something happened to them. So just be where you are.
Thank you.
And be good where
Thank you, Nyayok. Thank you. Petrogina, the founder of Project Peace Light.
I'll make this quick. There's great power in a symbol. So I know there's a lot of challenges out there. And Peace Lights has been called the most credible new symbol of peace to be presented to mankind in more than a generation. So I invite you to bring Peace Lights to your events, to your conferences, to share the symbolism. We find that if people know what the symbolism is early in an event, it becomes a more meaningful part of the entire event, and it becomes a means of connecting different people from around the world, because it is really a increasingly recognized international symbol of peace. So thank you all. I appreciate it. I was a little bit taken by some of the information that was shared by Suzanne about the gatherings and the inability to gather, because one of our strategies for peace education, information, and feedback is to hold these meetings to get input on what topics are relevant for different parts of the world. And I may reach out to you to discuss that further, because that is a seemingly at odds sort of strategy. So we'll work through it with Sudan, and thank you all, and stay inspired.
Thank you, Pet. You have been along with us all the whole panel discussion. And then we have Brother Makak. Anything to add? Then please unmute yourself.
Yeah, only I can say thank you so much for this opportunity. It is very great opportunity for me to see everyone. I know the name of Madam Jambo, but I did not even see her speaking or near to me like this. So nice to know you, Madam. And I'm glad also to know everyone here. And I hope we will have another programs in the future to share a lot of the youth. But I'm very happy whenever I see some people who have a great idea like you, giving us input that can shape our future. And this is what we need. In most of the tradition in South Sudan, values the input that can transform life. And that's why we want to make it in a good way, that the youth of South Sudan can get in touch with these opportunities and get themselves involved in the life of everyone. I know most of Africans are also very concerned about how the youth of South Sudan, who was just emerged from the long wars, are now again going to different ways. I like the great ideas that I heard from everyone. I do not know you, but I know you now. Thank you so much.
You are just an amazing inspiration for young youth, and you have a good background and knowledge. So now everyone can reach out to you. Dr. Daniel, a last word, the founder of Team Project 54.
Well, thank you so much, Mary, and to your staff in 4 Direction for organizing this robust stuff. I have heard of Madam Susan Jombo's work while I was in Nigeria before I left, and the New Sudanese Indigenous Network. She was instrumental to it. So in 2005, I had just finished university. There were a few Sudanese females that were in med school with me then, because they had left their country. So I know I've heard of her, but I can't picture up the face. But I definitely know that the New Sudanese Indigenous Network, is a coalition of over 20 NGOs. She's just trying to bring the awareness of some of the atrocities that were helping. And I still remember in my university days, what she's doing is what we were told, that every generation out of relative obscurity must determine its mission. So every African that is hearing us, every single one of you is part of a bigger piece. As long as we continue to remain silent, evil will continue to remain. That's the truth. We didn't get here by mistake. I'm not the cause of the problem. I saw this stuff evolve. I'm only just part of that trajectory. So at some point you can stop it, but you have to at least have a purpose. So please don't give up, like what one of our stuff is. I know it can be very complex. It's easy for me to say it because I'm in the comfort of everything. It's very easy for people to say when they are not in trouble, endure, let's pray to God. But the key things are this: you must have faith. You must now begin to see what the seasons and the times are. The reality is that it's not going to get better quickly. So you need to belt up and prepare well. Speak truth to power. Organize yourself more. Advocate for peace. You understand? But not stopping at peace and now profiling solutions. And then having more of this discussion from time to time so that it will be what is out there rather than like what people say, the social media drama and fighting that often occupies and dominates our space. So I'm so happy for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank Auntie Mary. I want to thank Pete and Elbow too. These programs and these forums are what we need. And it's time that South Sudan become the example that bigger countries like Egypt and Ghana can know. So see, this is the year where every decade where everything is reversed. That you have been existing or you have independence for 1960 years does not mean that you are going to turn out well. That you have a government or somebody president, you have a president for 37 years does not translate to prosperity. What actually translates to prosperity is how you're able to use those opportunities well, how you're able to galvanize internally your people, how you're able to prioritize one or two goals that nation will require to attract that attention to itself. Like in Brazil, it's football. You understand? So they make a lot of money. Visas are given to all their athletes. Nobody argues. Any player in Brazil who is so good goes to meet the government. They give you a visa. You are going straight to you anywhere you want to go. Then 5% of whatever is done is plowed back into the country. So we must be able to identify something that each of our stuff is. So South Sudan is not over yet. For young people in South Sudan, the ball is in your court now. It's left for you to identify these issues and in your own local area, try and be making effort so that people can see it and say, look at the little thing he did. Imagine if we empower him. If he can train 100 students in this hut in maths and biology, and they did well in the regional exams, imagine what will happen if we make him Minister for Education. Imagine what will happen if we make him governor. Nothing, you can't give what you don't have. If you do not have that intellectual capacity to be able to coordinate yourself, how will you organize an entire nation that already have bias against you in the first place? So I agree that this is the time for South Sudanese to empower themselves. I do not hold the view that you still back down. No, empower yourself, and maybe at the local level, councillor level, regional level, it doesn't have to be the president. You just have to start from the little local area where you are. Impact 3 or 4, 5 people, build healthy relationships, intentionally target people like Madam Jumbo, target her and say, okay, women's right, what next? I know I have the right. Okay, I'm good at typing. How can I build a story? I want to write a novel about our story. I want to write a history so we'll remember. Madam Mary, I need a loan. Let me get let me get a tractor. If you can give me a tractor in 4 or 5 years, I'll pay you back. I and 7 other people will come together, will plow 100 plus of land. See, these things are realistic things. The problem is that we are always being dragged down by the tribal, the ethnic, the sensational stories, the political stuff. I sometimes feel that our leaders are just following the same colonial template. The colonial template is the majority of people cannot be empowered. They will look for 2 or 3 mediocres and give them power and then arm them. Then all of us will just sit down and be looking, hoping that miracle will come from the blind man. There's nowhere that a blind person leads people that can see. If you follow a blind leader, every single one of you will fall into the well. It is simple. I'm not the one. It doesn't need science. So all we just need, and that's why I'm clamoring for technology. The idea of technology is that if you say you want Sudanese to be doing hoes, use hoe and cutlass, how many plot of land will you clear to feed 9 million people? It's not going to work. We cannot be taking calabash now to drink water. We know there are glass, we know that there are plastics, we know that there are other things. All we now need to do is the content of what we're going to drink. How are we going to make it so that we drink it? How are we going to make that plastic and glass available to as many people as possible? Industries we are going to build to do those things. So in summary, this program is just to inspire South Sudanese. Don't look at these big countries, big African countries. No one has achieved sustainable development goals. So we're all on the same level. The problem is that the degree is now variable. If I tell you what's happening in my own country, I wish I'm a South Sudanese. It's the truth. So don't just relax to yourself that no, it's all over for us. No, it's not over. We're all on the same pedestal now. No one has achieved sustainable development goal. No one from what we have seen will even reach that mark by the end of 2030. It's now up to you to now lay claim to the hold. I want to see a situation where South Sudanese will now rule African Union. The presidency will go to them. It is possible, but you all have to organize yourself. You all have to set aside those your internal rancors, develop your little infrastructures, put it up to date. Investors will come for you. Investors want where they can invest and they get their money. Tell them we have young men that are ably ready to work and they are united. They speak with one voice. All we need to do is just tell us what your vision is and we can marry with you. And then with the help of Mary, with the help of Elbow, I would suggest that you may need to set up like a Facebook or an Instagram platform, you understand, for both diaspora and some few selected people back home. The idea of doing this is this. When investors see like a documentary or see serious-minded people coalesce to a point, it is easier for them to believe the narrative than believe the government narrative. So those of you here in diaspora need to be better organized. Ask yourself, what area are we going to pick? We don't need to pick many things. We'll pick and say, this is a pilot test we want to do. We want to pick this sector this year. Next year, we'll pick health. Next year, we'll pick this. We want to train traditional midwifery people because we know that we don't have enough healthcare personnel. We know the challenges of schooling them, but we also know that we can easily train some of our healthcare personnel on simple hygiene, breastfeeding, taking vitamins. Those things do not need PhDs, you understand, but people need to know that. You understand? Then by the time you do it every year, okay, this year, the next year, we want to do a technological exhibition. Is there anyone from South Sudan that can develop a pencil that can do a laser or can design something? This year, we're going to showcase that. All we're going to do is showcase all the technology, as crude as they are. Because technology is not just the digital. People just mix up technology. Technology is a way of making your life slightly better than how it was. So it can be anything. The only thing is that it needs to be upgraded, updated, you understand, to meet the reality of the times. So people always say, no, Nigeria, we should remain technological stuff. That's what they said 20 years ago. Now, China only took 25 years to be where they are. In 1971, they were eating frogs. They could not feed their people. They only used one language. It's one Chinese language. Resolve, we will make it work. And they were able to handle COVID. They have their own vaccine. Whether you like it or not, it's left for you to say their vaccine doesn't work. It's the Pfizer one. The issue is that they've gone past, they are producing, they're doing anything. We can't do without them. So it means that we need to learn this interfaith, intertribal, intergenerational concept where we all speak with one voice, one goal, identify things we can do, and then hope for the best. So don't get discouraged. It's painful as an African when I see all these things. And when people say, how do you know so much? I said, I'm even a lucky person. There are better people that will do more better than any of us if given the opportunity. You understand? So it's I think it's a disservice if we don't constantly say this out there. This is not the time to dance, young people. I'm begging you. The dancing days are over. There'll be a time when you are dancing, if you don't have PhD, you can't even dance. It's the truth. The world is evolving. They're talking about AI now, artificial intelligence, where your phone tells you in real time that you are talking to a criminal, that you are talking to someone that has been exposed to COVID. You keep your distance. That's where the world is going to, where you have to predict the likelihood of you getting into trouble, predict the likelihood of you surviving. So it means you have to think that way too. So please don't give up, South Sudan. Africa needs you. We don't have any leader in Africa. Mandela is the last person. I cannot mention any person that have filled his shoes since he died. There are a few good notable ones. The guy in Tanzania, but they have their days too. They do something crazy. The guy in Ethiopia, they have their days. They do something great. And don't forget, the world are looking at South Sudan as a template. Breaking up from Sudan, we were thinking with everything, oh, they are now one homogeneous people. Now we now know breakage does not work just because of looking at you. So the world is just laughing, and they now know that just breaking up a country without having conducive plan, without resolving some of the internal things, is not there. So let's build consensus. Let's work with African Union. Let's work with our regional stuff. Let's stop dividing ourselves along ethnic and religious rights. We all want the same things, and I believe that if we work with Madam Jumbo, tap from our wealth of wisdom, work with all our elders, even discuss with some of our notorious leaders and tell them, okay, we're not competing with you. Can you just set up a fund for youth? Since we are 75%, we are not the ones that said that. It is your own National Bureau for South Sudan that said that. Set up a banking stuff for youths. Say, any youth that has this initiative, give them this loan. This is how much you will pay. Don't give us interest that can put us down. We'll form cooperative together. But if you push us with the general bank system, they will want collateral. They will want this. You, as federal government, should be our collateral for us to do. So they may not know of all these ideas. It is you, as young people, that you need to show them with their facts that your South Sudan Bureau says that 71% of this current population of 9 million are less than 30. And if we go to the general banking system, we are not respected or treated until we form cooperative. If you can have a devoted fund strictly for us young people, you understand, you can get your representative. And when we submit our proposal, if they are tangible proposal, give it to us free. We'll pay you back rather than push us to the general banking sector that will ask for collateral, ask for heaven and earth for a small loan, and the interest will still be there. So sometimes they don't have all the ideas. They are old, they are cake. It is now left for us to entice them and show them some pilot projects that are reasonable. That, sir, I don't need land to plant. I can plant on every rooftop because this technology exists. Look at what's happening in Mozambique. Look at in New York, urban cities. Cities had plants and tomato that fed the whole thing. They use one plot of land, and the first 2 floors are just greenhouses with special fluorescence. We can do something like this. All I need is for you to give me a small building, or all I need is your approval. We have 16 Sudan, and you must always work with other people that have other expertise. You don't necessarily have to be the farmer, but you must have the vision that you need to feed your people. You must have the vision to identify where the problem are. I'm sorry I'm taking a lot of time because we need to speak true to ourselves. It's not, I'm not there blaming all the government. They have their roles. Don't get me wrong. We'll blame them. But we too, if you are going to replace them, you must empower yourself intellectually. That's why they laugh at us. That's why they use us as thugs, recruit us as child soldiers. Their own kids are all abroad doing well. So this is the time for us, especially those of us in diaspora, to develop content, to look at all these things and make things work. I'm so blessed that I'm here. And thank you, Mary. You've always been, you have a way of picking very solid minds. People that I'm learning something, they have different views, but we still come to agree on one, that we just want a better Africa. Whether or not you're in politics or not is not the issue. Whether or not you believe is not the issue. But it's time for us, to start making things make sense and save us this shame that we constantly are being dragged with. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel. Daniel actually is one of the amazing African leaders. Someone said that Daniel is the only person that can talk good about other African, about other fellow that he know. He recognizes people and talk about them. And this is something we don't have in our culture. I think we also need to empower ourselves on doing that, appreciation other, point the finger in, like, talk about the other person, the good quality that they have, and also he's generous in giving ideas and information for people, like anytime. And we don't have that a lot among us, and we also need to work on that. It's one of the strategic plan that Obari and the others talk about earlier about the mentorship program. And for the forum, we are going to work on that. But now Madame Suzanne has a forum that also have intellectuals and amazing people, but we are going to form on that and move on with the platform to the next level. So now I'm going to give the opportunity to Albo. Albo, please close and give us a final remark for that.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot. I'm among those who are afraid to come live video, but I've learned from Daniel, I've learned from Maria. Faith, you have a great point that you raised before. I can see your passion to see Africa in a better level, and just that blow my mind out. And I just wanted to challenges we are facing as a young people here in in Africa and also in a various part of the world. The challenges we are facing as young people in Africa is leadership. We don't have leaders in South Sudan to make life better for us so that we can expose ourselves and we can be able to contribute to the economic and the political system in the nation. You see, right now in South Sudan, a 40 years old is being called a youth because the 70 years old, they have decided, or 50 and above, they decided to think that they are unreplaceable. So they are not, these are the challenges we are having. And Peter Bear said one important point, say that we need a generational exit. And when I was thinking on that point, I say, okay, the challenges to that generational exit is generational obstruction. We are being obstructed as young people, to realize ourselves. So please, Faith and Dr. Daniel, Maria, and all the people who are watching know this. One of the challenges facing the South Sudanese youth, just like any other part of Africa, is a leadership. Our leaders have no interest, to settle down and create ways, or environment, to make youth, to become who they are. And that's why people like Susanna Jambo, they have realized this, long time ago, and they are trying to amass whatever, the support they can, perhaps, to become the leader of that nation, to get into the position of power, to change things. And this is really very good. Another challenge we have is the young people have not yet realized who they are. When you are born in war, you live in a refugees camp, you are raised there. There is only one thing nothing around you, nothing. So you cannot compare the South Sudanese youth with the youth in America or any part of the world because these people, they have been living in peace for a very long time. So being born in refugees camp, raised in refugees camp and war and all this thing is one of the challenges we are facing as a young people right now. And so the lack of peace, as you also know, is one of the challenges we are facing too. But instead of talking so much about the negative aspect of these things, I also want to mention about the opportunity we have as a youth. According to the statistics that Brother Daniel has brought forward, it's shocking to learn 70% and above the young people in South Sudan, and we are just like that. But the opportunity we have right now, young people, they have left that nation. They are not in South Sudan. They are in Uganda, they are in Kenya, they're in Ethiopia, in Egypt, in Sudan, in Australia, and all over the world. And they can bring this knowledge, they can bring this wealth of knowledge back to South Sudan, So if there would be a window of peace, the young people can use this opportunity, that they are learning from the rest of the world to come and generate something. So one of the things I'm passionate about in my life was is book. I love books, and I don't know, but for some weird reason, I love books, and I'm trying to make some use. Susanna Jambo just mentioned that I created a WhatsApp forum called Ramshell Reading Club, where young people come together, or the South Sudanese community come together and read book. We give them access to book free. If they say we want a book for, by Obama, we buy it, we give it to them. And I've seen something. I've seen that if we can empower young people, and expose them to books, they can have a mental shift. Because the biggest problem now that the South Sudanese people have faced, they have mental lockdown because they have never been exposed. They only know war and living in refugees camp. So if we can give them books and read, they can think differently, right? They can think differently. And so Abari, she just left, she mentioned something about mentorship. Young people need to have mentors. Until 3 months ago when I met Nyajok, she's just here with us, I never think of improving myself, and it's shocking, it's shocking. And as we talk right now, I'm very sure of what I want in my life, And so having a mentors is very important. These are the opportunities the young people should have. They should look after you. People like Susanna Jambo, all these other great people, they should be able to take time and learn from them, And so we have challenges a lot. I can't mention them here, but these are the few things that we, the South Sudanese, really are going through right now. And thank you so much, everyone, for coming in. It has been a great time. And thank you, Mary. You did a good job. You are one of those people who are consistent, to discuss our issue online. And yeah, thank you so much for.
Thank you so much, Brother Albo, one of the people who actually inspire me and also help me, encourage me to start the forum for today. And thank you for all the great and amazing speakers, and also for the audience. There have been a great interaction actually for the audience, and really that is mean our message is reaching out, and people are self-motivated now and empowered. And this was the first goal of this panel discussions, because we have a great people here who have different skills in mentoring, in mobilizing people, like Ms. Suzanne Jambo, Ms. Marie Rose, Petri Gina, Nyagoka, and Dr. Daniel is a great actually speaker as well. He's an international speaker, and he's spoken a lot of panels. Also, Mr. McKeck, and also the other people who were earlier here, and some people who couldn't make it today, and we also recognize them, but they are also sending us their solidarities, and we keep working on them. One of them, Mr. Imam Simbusa, the founder of African Youth Architecture, and also Miss Malim Malik. She's a model. She's the founder of Stand for Education. She have a non-profit organization that works in education with South Sudanese women. But we will keep in touch and work on the initiative in that. Also, let me conclude by saying that thank you for everyone who make it possible today. With the ongoing climate change and the political situation and the human rights abuses from around the world, and it's a time for youth to come together to create their own platform and discuss the issues that concern them, that matter to their future, because especially in the continent or in South Sudan, people are representing 70% from the population. And that means the social change, the position in leadership in the upcoming 10 years will be held by youth. This is the reason that we created this platform, to discuss more in this. And also with the COVID-19, there is an example of great youth initiative that came together and they work together. And this is where we figure out that youth can do it. They motivate themselves, they mobilize themselves by themselves. And there was lack of resources, lack of infrastructure. There is a lot of challenges, but they still keeping working on that, and they are fighting us that day by day. So also with the reliable technology that we have here, especially on the West and Africa right now, 70% offline. And when it comes to women, like we have 50% women who doesn't have access to internet in the continent. for all these challenges, they make it, and they are trying to move out of their comfort zone and work in that. And I have done a great job actually with one of the women before. She's in Kenya. She's in trying to mobilizing her community and doing work during the COVID-19. With all the challenges and lack of resources that we have, and also there is other people who are supposed to join us today in the panel. Miss Alice, she couldn't make it because of the internet issues in South Sudan. And also let me thank some of the organizations that have been part of our discussions today. The project Team 54 by Dr. Daniel Stand for Education, Mary Melek, and also Project Peace Light, the Pet Regina, Organization of African Youth, Mr. Abdul Koloko. He also couldn't make it because of the internet connections in Sierra Leone, Mr. Ahmed Abba, and also African Youth Architects, Mr. Isnab Mbusa. He's a conflict resolution expert. African Women Council, Miss Marie Rose. And yeah, take you quick highlight to that right now we're celebrating the Beijing 25th anniversary, and also the 16 days of activism. And this year, the theme of this year is gender-based violence. And it's so sad because it still is the 21st century, and we're still discussing and talking about the issue of gender-based violence. And we have to work on that. We have to push more legislations and laws to our government to mainstream this program so that we can end up the crisis of gender-based violence. And we want to see also more women in the power position, especially when it comes, for example, country like South Sudan, that women have been given 35% in the constitution, and recently in the last peace agreement to be part. They should be part of representation in the government, but yet when it comes to the under the ground, there is still not given the positions that they're supposed to take. And also, youth were still marginalized in terms of a lot of injustice issues that are going in the country, and jobs, opportunities, and position in leadership. And this is where we can create the interdialogue strategy with the government, and also form our own coalition where we can work by ourselves and using in the continent and internationally, and moving on with this platform. And this is just the beginning for it. The panel discussion that we have started today is just the beginning. And I'm really amazed that we get this great interaction and impact from the community. That means the people care about these issues. They just need the right people, the mentors, the people who have a courage, the people who are more familiar with the ongoing, the market jobs, what they need now, people who have different background in conflict resolution, in policy. And also there is other things, there's other job opportunities right now in the market, but we don't know how to find it. So I think all the people who have in the platform today, they have a knowledge and experience on that. And Dr. Daniel has just talked about how he created the application for farmers to be working back home, initiative like that. Now in the market, there is this job opportunities of personal brand consultant. Like there is a lot of people who have these skills that they can use to develop other people's skills. And this is what entrepreneurship means. This is what finding the skills that you have in yourself and being able to make it as a source of income, because it starts by finding the skills that the person having in themselves and how to tell their stories and how they can move forward with it. You cannot just be by yourself. You have to take your stories out to the people. And also we have our right as youth in the African Charter. African Charter have talked about the right and right of youth to be represented in the development and empowerment in all levels, continentally and internationally. And Article 11 talk about the participation of youth in the society and in the parliament. I think also this is here South Sudanese, the constitution only talk about in part 340 talk about the right of children or youth into sport and develop their potential in the social life. And I think this is a time for us to think about also which kind of articles we want to see in institutions when it comes to the issue of youth, how we want to be represented in the institutions, how we want to be in the governments, how we want to build the institution that we want for a longer term. So whenever there is something coming up on the future, pandemic or other epidemic, how we can be able to tackle that, how we can be able to fight that. So this is the kind of the things that we need to work on right now, and by mobilizing our community is the best thing to do that. And we are moving forward for here. I just it was my great honor actually to host all those great people and have those great people who are in the audience. And next time we will also try to make it in different languages so that the audience can more interact with it and give us more opinions also for people who are not English speakers. Yeah, and also don't forget that people who have language skills are one of the skills that are needed in the upcoming generation. So it's just for you. You have to empower yourself, do it. Once, remember, my mother told me, you were born as a complete leader. You can do it. You can do whatever you want. And this is where I start moving on. And this is for the beginning few of start finding yourself and move on. Thank you for all watching us today. Bye.